my job. Next, I lose my car. I lose my stability. And it was all a test of faith to say, how much do you trust me? How much do you trust me? Because, see, I have been telling you to leave that job or to leave that situation, but you didn't want to make that move, so I had to force you out. And now you have to feel this uncomfortability until we get to the next stages, until we get to the next steps. Now, there's a quote that I live by now, because, see, back in the day, it wasn't hitting too home there, right? But there's a quote that I live by, and it's called the idle mind is the devil's playground. And I want to add to that, because so is the distracted, the blind, and the displaced mind. Because again, we're so focused on the how it's going to happen and the when it's going to happen that we lose, again, sight of the wins along the way. So I'm like, okay, I'm in this credit industry. I'm losing everything. My own credit score is taking a hit. How am I going to teach y'all about financial freedom? How am I going to teach y'all about credit and all these different things when I'm losing it myself? I felt like a fraud. How could I look myself in the mirror and say I am the credit expert when I'm suffering myself? But see, you got to understand that sometimes you're placed in that same situation that you're going to have to help people get out of. So I decided to take people along with my journey. Just like Les Brown said, you got to be hungry. I was hungry. In fact, I was starving. And if it's one thing you know about Brittany, I'm going to find a way to eat. Right? So I say this to you to say, it doesn't matter how dark your life seems to be at this moment. You got to understand that that darkness is sometimes you being planted. The dirt that God keeps throwing on your life at that moment, it has a higher purpose, because, see, your story and your breakthrough is going to help someone else who does not see a way out. So what I want you to do, and what we're going to learn about today in our 3 core takeaways, is through the ACE method of how to stop focusing on the how and the WHEN and how to focus on the WINS. I hope y'all got that, because I keep saying it because I really want to instill that in your mind. Because we have to get in our head before anyone else does, before social media, before society, before the government, before moms, before pops, before the dog, before the baby daddies. We have to get in our mind before anyone else does. Because remember what I told y'all before? The idle mind is the devil's playground, and so is a blind, distracted, and displaced mind. So I want you to say, you know what? I haven't been buried. God hasn't forgot about me. I've been planted. My seed is growing. My purpose is brewing. It is fostering. It is developing. I am in the transition. Because, see, when that breakthrough starts knocking and booming and bamming at your door, you have no choice but to open up. You have no choice but to open up. So the best way to do that is by our ACE method that I'm going to talk about. A, it stands for accept. Accept, acknowledge, and keep going. Okay? Because sometimes you got to understand, yeah, it may look a little dark right now. Right? It's a little dark. But I accept where I am on this journey. And I will start being grateful for all the things that are around me, right? Because, see, when I didn't have my own, I could have been so focused on, I lost my car, I lost this, I did that, oh my God, how am I going to make it? How am I going to eat? Where am I going to sleep, right? But I had to start being grateful and accepting the situation. I said, okay, I'm planted, I'm here, right? I'm here. I accept it. I know that there's something that I'm supposed to learn on this journey in order to get to the next step. So I accept it. And I started being grateful. I'm thankful that I have family and friends that are surrounding me and helping me through this. I'm grateful and thankful for the trees outside. I mean, I was getting so grateful for the smallest things. I'm grateful that I have a pen that writes. Do you know how frustrating it is when you're trying to write something and that pen doesn't work? So I started to be grateful for the tiniest, the smallest, the itty bitty microest of things. Because I knew if I had something to be grateful for, I'm focused more so towards those wins that are helping me get to the next level. Because see, when I got a story to write, the worst thing that I would want is for a pen not to be working, right? So that's what I mean by being very grateful and just accepting where you are in this moment and knowing that dark times do not last always, right? Because when we go to sleep at night, when the sun goes down at night, and it's just the moon, and we see the night sky, we know that tomorrow the sun is going to rise again. So it doesn't matter where you are in your story if you're planted, right? You know that the sun is going to shine, the nutrients, the resources, everything that you're going to need to make that sun shine again is going to be on its way to you. Now we move on to point number 2, which is C out of the ACE method, right? So we got A, accept and acknowledge. We got C, celebrate. Let me tell you something. I got to the point where I was celebrating failures because I knew that I found a way that didn't work, and it led me closer and closer and closer to what would work. Let me tell you something. There is no one, absolutely no one, that isn't successful that hasn't had to deal with some sort of failure. So learn to embrace and accept, right? Remember, accept where you are. Accept that you failed. And celebrate that you failed. Yes, I failed. I did it. I failed. I found a way that didn't work. And by finding that way that didn't work, I discovered that there is a way and there's a path that is going to work as long as I stay diligent and committed to the process. So C is celebrate and be committed to the process to know again that the sun is going to shine. And lastly, E, you got to execute the new strategy, right? So this is the point where, again, you've gotten into your mind and you've said, okay, you know what? I accept where I am. I've celebrated my losses. I'm committed to this process. Now it is time for me to execute a different solution. A different solution. And by executing that different solution, I'm going to either come upon another failure or I'm going to come upon my breakthrough. Either way, I'm celebrating in and through the process because, again, I know the sun is going to shine. So let me tell you something, because I want you to take this and I want you to start applying it because, see, knowledge is knowledge, but applied knowledge is what makes the difference. I want you to draft a notebook, something like this, a Word document, a Google document. It doesn't matter. But I want you to go month by month, and I want you to calculate and implement every single win. Put it in there. Every single win that you've had. I don't care how big or how small. Because, see, in 2019, when things were looking real cloudy, I needed to focus on those wins, those WINS, to keep me going. Because see, what you got to understand is every single win or every single thing that you do that feels like an accomplishment, it builds momentum for you to keep going. Because see, when your mind is distracted, when it's blind, when it's displaced, when it's idle, the devil can come in and play on anything that's going on in your life. That person doesn't love you. That job will never work out. Your project, you don't have the money for that. And you end up closing off your mind from allowing the resources to be attracted to you, allowing for the breakthrough to come to you because you get so played off of what won't work, what didn't work in the past, who betrayed you, who lied on you, who did all these different things to you that hurt you. And your hurt and your pain is valid. But why not use that to fuel you by focusing on the lessons that came out of that? Yeah, that person may not have loved me, but it taught me a lesson of self-love. It taught me a lesson of self-love for me to choose myself, right? Yeah, that opportunity didn't work out, but I learned that job or that opportunity didn't work out, but I learned some really, really good skills that now I can take on to the next place. I'm grateful for that time that I had with them. I'm grateful for that time I had in that opportunity. I don't know how it's going to work out, but I know that it's going to work out. You see how I began fueling my mind and focusing on my wins? And then by doing that, the psychological matter of it is that the resources and the tools, everything that you need to reach that breakthrough is going to gravitate itself to you like a magnet, okay? This is the force coming together in order for you to receive your breakthrough. And why? Because you made your mind a mental magnet towards positivity, towards the resources, towards the solutions. You focused on the wins, the lessons. You got out of that idle mindset. You got out of that displaced, distracted mindset that allowed you to focus and walk strongly towards your breakthrough. Because see, remember at night when it's dark outside and your eyes are closed because you're like, all right, I'm asleep. This is me sleep, y'all. Right? This is it. But then when the sun starts to rise, your pupils start to see a little light. And once you see a little bit of light, you start opening your eyes and you realize, oh my God, it's here. And just like that, you walk towards that light. So that's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to make a win journal. That is my call to action for you guys. I want you to have your win journal. And I want you to keep it January, February, March, April, May, June, July. And calculate all wins that happen and update it daily, update it weekly. Right? Every time something happens, you run towards it and you write it out and you write it down. And whenever you're feeling a little down or feeling like what you're doing isn't working, you go back and you look at that win sheet and you see that, hey, the bricks are being planted step by step in order for me to get to my breakthrough. And remember the ACE method. Acknowledge and accept. Celebrate all failures. And execute a new plan that's going to bring you towards your breakthrough.
Woo, honey, Brittany she better launch this conference the right way, darling. Okay, listen, I got all types of notes, the ACE method. And then we also talked about, you know what really stuck out to me when she started talking about your mental magnet. Your mental magnet. What is it that you are attracting to you with what you think about? I'm gonna start using that, Brittany, and I'll promise you, I'll give you credit the first 2 times, but after that, I'm taking it, right? So just in case you guys did not know, we are also celebrating the launch of the Breakthrough book. And many of our speakers that you're going to see today have the book that's going to be coming out this month. And so many of you've already pre-ordered the book. By the way, in the chat space, go ahead and type right now if you pre-ordered the book. If you did, just say, I did. Also, another thing that we want to encourage you, for those of you who are registered, make sure whoever spoke to you, because our speakers are in the chat session, they're here and they're going to be here throughout the weekend. And then we have breakout workshops that only those who are registered actually get to come to. Okay, but make sure that you take some time to reach out to one of the speakers, 2 of the speakers, 3, 4, 5. We're also going to be doing a networking segment today. We're going to be doing it very soon, and you guys will be able to connect with many of our speakers that are speaking on today. So anyways, listen, it's time to do our first giveaway. Okay, look at all of our pre-sale orders in the house. I see you. And what I'm going to do for time purposes, because I know I was a little late, you know what I'm saying? I was a little tardy for the party, child, trying to get these links popping. I'm going to type in the chat space. So you must be. Now, remember, we are currently broadcasting everywhere. All of our speakers are broadcasting to their social media. I'm broadcasting to Facebook. I'm broadcasting to all types of stuff, etc., etc. But anyways, guys, at the end of the day, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing giveaways to those who are registered. So in the chat space right now, I'm about to put a link, okay? I'm about to put a link. And what you have to do is you have to submit your information to the link, okay? You've got to submit your information to the link. Okay, so I'm gonna put the link right there. Hopefully everybody sees it in the chat space. And our speakers, y'all can't enter. Speakers do not enter to win because y'all are giving away stuff too. I'm talking specifically to our attendees only. Our attendees only, okay? So with that stated, y'all make sure that y'all go ahead to gift that link gift, so that you can enter to win. And then after our next speaker, we'll actually do we've got a couple of giveaways, I think. Yep, we've got 2 giveaways. So let's go ahead and bring up our next speaker for the hour, darlings. And she's going to be talking to us. Her title is, Are You a Ride or Die? Who's at the wheel when it comes to your health? Let's bring her up.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Dr. Teresa Woodard. Thank you for joining me today. Come on into the presentation. Thank you for joining my presentation of all the ones you had to choose from today. I'm so glad you were decided to join mine. Are you Ride or Die? Thank you. Come on in. Come on in. Sure, there are several of you guys and ladies that know me. So for those that know me, since we're waiting for folks to come on in, just go on and type in the chat where you may know me from, what city or state you're from. And for those whose face that I'm new to, let me know where you're from too. Let's represent, show what city and state you're from. Come on in. And while we're waiting for a few minutes for other folks to come in, I'll go on and discuss the elephant in the room, my Vanna White pose, what's going on with the doctor and the arm. No, I'm not turning into a robot. What happened is the doctor had her a little fall, and the doctor had to go see a doctor, and went and saw my orthopedic surgeon, and broke my left ankle and right arm. And the doc was like, okay, you got a choice. You want a cast or you want a brace? And since I live alone, I was like, hook me up with the brace. And so I got this thing and this little contraption for a few months, but it's all good. The doc is healing, healing slowly but surely. So I don't want you to worry about what's going on with my arm. It's all good. I'm doing well. The doctor did right and went and saw the doctor. So we're not going to worry about that. We're going to get into the presentation. While everybody's typing in where they're representing from, what city and state. Glad to see where everybody's coming from. I'm glad that my topic title may have sparked your interest. Are you ride or die? And basically what we'll be talking on today is who's driving, who's really driving the vehicle, per se, when it comes to your health, kind of comparing your health to the car and you as the commander in chief, the driver, if you will. But before we get started, like I say, I'm sure there are some of you that may not know me. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am Dr. Teresa Woodard. I am a physician. Prior to being a physician, I was an engineer, and I practiced engineering for several years. And then I had what I call my moment of temporary insanity when I decided to go back to school and study medicine. And since then, I have been a medical physician for well over 20 years, been practicing medicine for several decades now. And what I've been transitioning in this last decade or so of medicine is more along the lines of health education, really wanting to teach patients and clients what to do after you leave the doctor's office, creating books, journals, and courses to give people simple, doable techniques of things that they can do after leaving the doctor's office, other than just taking the pill or taking the shot. Does that seem to make sense? If that makes sense to you, give me a yes or I get it, doc, in the chat. I'd appreciate it, because that's kind of where I'm trying to go with the goals in life and the career nowadays. And that's kind of what brought me to the conference and kind of what led me to deal with this topic of Are You Ride or Die? Because what we're going to be doing today is really talking about things that you should be considering, questions you should be pondering in what's driving your health and your health initiatives in your life on a daily basis right now. Okay, so we're going to start with a few things just to ponder. You can chat about it if you want to and leave some comments if you wish. Some people like to do that sort of thing, and I'm good with that. But if not, if you just want to take an internal inventory, then that's good too. But we're going to get started. Hopefully everyone's in and settled down, got your cup of coffee or water or what have you, and we're going to just get started. So question number one that we're going to ponder when it comes to deciding on if you're riding or dying when it comes to your health is, when was your last wellness exam? Now, of course, COVID has run rampant. It's a pandemic, so it's all over the world. But COVID really isn't an excuse to you getting your annual wellness exam. So if it's been over a year since you've had your wellness exam, or you do not even know what a wellness exam is, then consider yourself as dying and not rotting when it comes to your own health right about now. So with that being said, I'm going to back up a little bit and explain what a wellness exam is. A wellness exam is when you go to see your primary care doctor, your family physician, and they do a few things. They do a physical exam, where they actually touch you and, physically do an exam. They do some lab work. They also do some other assessments, like a mental health assessment. The nurse may do that sometimes. They'll ask you a battery of questions. They'll also do things like take your height and take your weight. They'll draw some blood, things of that nature. And all of these make up an evaluation, which should be done annually compared to the one done the year before. And what this does is to give you a general assessment of your wellness this year compared to the year before and the years prior. Now, this is to gauge where you are in your stage of life presently. And this should be done each year because you want to know if you're improving, if you're staying the same, or if things are getting worse, to let you know what you need to be changing, as far as steering the car when it comes to your health. Okay, so if you're a note taker and you want to take notes, feel free to take notes. If you're not a note taker and you just want to sit back and listen, that's fine too. I may go across some things and say some words, that you may not listen, hear on a daily basis. That's okay. I'm going to do a recap. So I don't want you to get tensed up. I just want you to listen. There will be a recap after all of this. So there will not be a test. There will be a recap. So just enjoy this. This is supposed to be stress-free. This is just to give you information, things to think about. Like I say, things to ponder. So let's recap quickly, real quick. Now, question number 1, when was your last wellness exam? Now, we're going to move on over to question number 2. Question number 2, when it comes to assessing are you riding or dying when it comes to your own health, is do you know your numbers? Now, the numbers I'm talking about are things like your blood pressure, your weight, your total cholesterol, your bad cholesterol, which is the LDL, your hemoglobin A1C. Those fancy initials and stuff don't matter. All you need to know is the diabetes test. Okay, do you know your number when it comes to the diabetes test? Your waist circumference. That's when you take the tape measure, you put it around your waist, and you see what it is in inches or centimeters, that thing. Okay, and what's going to happen is the doctor needs to compare that and your weight to a national standardized chart when it comes to people of the same height and the same age as you, and where you compare along the national average when it comes to that. So we have your blood pressure, some cholesterol levels, your diabetes test levels, your weight, and your waist circumference. These are numbers that you should know. You should know them like this. You should know pretty much what your last one was and be on top of that, because what do these numbers do? These are the numbers that ding, 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 you can change. These numbers are also risk factors. These numbers are the risk factors that increase your risk for the number 1 killer of both men and women in the United States. And do you know what the number 1 killer for both men and women in the United States is? I'm going to give you a chance to guess in the chat. So anyone that's feeling fearless, I want to guess, you can put in the chat what you think the number 1 killer for both men and women in America is. I'm going to tell you the answer anyway. So for those of you who have been brave enough to pop in a guess or type in a guess in the chat, the number 1 killer for both men and women in America is heart disease. So those that typed in heart disease, heart attack, or stroke, you right on the money. Okay. And all of those numbers that I just mentioned increase your risk for heart disease drastically. But what's important is that all of those things are reversible, meaning if you know what they are and if they need to be changed, you have the power to change them because they're reversible. So, number 1, when was your last wellness exam? Number 2, do you know your numbers? And number 3, what are you putting in your body? Now, when I ask this question, most people often and commonly think, what are you eating? which is the mainstay of that, which is, a big part of it. What are you eating? But we're going to break this question down a little bit more. It not only constitutes what you're eating, what you're cooking, what you're putting in your body, but also what are you eating when you're not cooking, meaning what are you eating when you're going out, what are you snacking on. It also means what you're drinking when you're not drinking water, if you're even drinking water at all, because there are people out there that do not like the taste of water, as if water has a taste, but that's another story for another time. Okay. It also means what you're drinking other than water. Okay. It also means what you're inhaling, i.e., people that smoke. And we're not just talking about nicotine. Some people do cigars. There are plenty of hookah bars all around. And then, of course, those recreational cigarettes. I get that comment a lot. Well, doctor, I smoke these cigarettes because it's for my glaucoma. And then I'm thinking, yeah, but you're 23. There's no way in heck you have glaucoma. So you know what cigarettes I'm talking about, right? Well, some people may know what cigarettes I'm talking about, but yeah. so all of that constitutes what we're talking about, what we're putting in our body. And then if you break it down even further, we go into mindful versus mindless eating. And with that, I mean, say if you just sitting and watching a movie, and your normal habit is to have a bowl of popcorn or have a bag of chips, and you're just eating the chips, watching the movie, laughing it up, whatever. Are you really hungry? Or are you just eating the chips or the popcorn out of habit? Versus if you were to have thought, I'm really not hungry, so I'm going to forego the chips and the popcorn this time. I'm going to save myself this 1,000 of calories and this 23 grams of fat. And if you do that, forego that habit over the course of time, you're saving yourself thousands of calories, tons of fat. You're saving yourself potentially clogging up an artery, which may eventually later lead to a heart attack. So little tiny things like that over time can be of benefit to you, physically and improve your health. So all of that, those little mini questions are, inside that one question of what are you putting in your body? And in that one question, what are you putting in your body? Then you get to sit back and decide, am I riding or dying when it comes to my health? So I know that's a lot to grasp, in this small little presentation, but it does get you thinking, right? So let's recap, because you guys have been great. The 3 questions that we're pondering when it comes to deciding on if you're riding or dying when it comes to your health, are 1, when was the last time you had a wellness exam? If it's been within a year, then that's great, because you should have one annually. Number 2, do you know your numbers? And the numbers that we're talking about are your blood pressure, your total cholesterol, your weight, your waist circumference, your diabetes test level. And number 3, what are you putting in your body? And we're not just talking about the food, we're talking about what you're drinking and what you're inhaling as well. And also keep in mind, when it comes to what you're putting in your body, that nutrition constitutes 80% of weight loss or management when compared to exercise. Studies have shown this. So exercise is great. We do condone and we encourage physical activity. But when it comes to weight loss and weight management, the majority of that is seen with the nutrition factor, meaning what goes into the body. So that's food for thought. A corny joke as well. So that's our recap. Those are the things that I want you to consider when it comes to if you're riding or dying. And from today's little presentation, I want you to hopefully have learned something. I want you to step away from this energized. I want you to step away from this empowered. I want you to take a more active role when it comes to driving your own vehicle for your health. I've totally enjoyed sharing this information with you. I would love to speak more with you. So please follow me for my workshop later in the conference. Follow me at the speakers table, at the Q&A sessions that we'll have later in the conference as well. I believe that we have my social media information down at the bottom. So please feel free to follow me and ask questions with the social media as well. And also, there's also should be a website link where I share a free gift. So feel free to sign up for that as well. This has been great. I hope you have learned something. I hope I've been a little entertaining as well as informative for you. And enjoy the rest of the conference because I know I will. Speak soon.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Doc. I appreciate it. And let me tell you something. Yes, I literally just went and got my wellness exam like couple of weeks ago, a week or so ago, because I know that, with everything going on, we got to make sure, guys, that we are taking care of ourselves. And I love the fact that you talk about this particular topic, especially in a conference like this, the empowerment, the Breakthrough and Empowerment Conference, because, we want to be able to break through things. We want to be able to have great things happen for us in our life. But I'm going to tell you this. We can have all the happiness we want, but if our wellness ain't right, if our body is not right, we can't enjoy it, right? And so thank you so much, Dr. Teresa, for sharing that information. You are a gem, darling. Okay, so look, Dr. Teresa, make sure you go to the link right now because we're about to do some giveaways. And I posted the link again, y'all. Some of y'all did not submit your information, but you got to submit your information to that form if you wish to win. So we're about to do this giveaway, and we've got a limited number of people that are going to win on this particular one. Let me tell you what we're giving away on this giveaway, okay? So, by the way, for everybody who is watching via Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, you have to be registered if you want to participate in the giveaways. Today, we're giving away all types of stuff, and every single person who is actually here, I want you to also know that you're also going to get something. So you're going to get a gift from us every single day, whether it be a hotel voucher, a 3-day, 2-night hotel voucher so you can travel all over, you know what I'm saying? Or we might be giving away some Bluetooth speakers, you know what I'm saying? Some vouchers for that and all types of stuff. So guys, go and make sure you fill out the form. We're going to go with the first giveaway, and the first giveaway that we're going to do before we bring up our incredible speaker that you guys had a chance to connect with, we're giving away an HD microphone. Okay, so now you guys see this microphone that I have right here. Now this, I'm not going to get, I think I'm going to do a giveaway for this one too. Watch this. Y'all see how the light go? Yes, it has a light, an LED light. It lights up, y'all. This is a microphone really for like gamers. But listen, we're now in a world of doing virtual events. And so you got to make sure that you are standing out, darling. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Because the person that doesn't stand out just falls in line. And so, but we're going to get you first, starting off with a wonderful HD USB microphone that you can plug directly into your computer. And everybody that filled out the form, we're going to go ahead and do this giveaway. I'm going to let you guys see who actually filled out the form. And hold on, let me pull up their names. And I want you guys to thank our speakers because our speakers are the reason for these giveaways. Okay, so we'll be shipping this off in the mail to you. Let me go ahead and pull up my screen, darling. Let me pull it up real quick. Make sure y'all can see what's the 1, 2 with the 1, 2. All right. Hold up. We're going to do like so, like that. And we're going to share our screen like so, like that. And we're going to make this smaller. Yes. Y'all see my picture? All right. And let's go ahead and spin for the win. So we only had literally 6 people that submitted the form. And I know we got way more people that are on right now that have registered for this event. And so if you want to be able to win these gifts, you must be registered and you have to log in to the software that you're given the link to. And I can't share the link out loud because everybody will try to come in here. Now we will confirm as well, because sometimes people slip through the cracks. You know what I'm saying? They slip through the cracks. So we will still confirm though that you are registered. So as long as you use the email that you registered or that you paid to get your ticket with, or pre-ordered your book with, you are good to go. All right. Well, let's go ahead and spin for this HD microphone. Oh, by the way, you can win up to 2 times. So even if you win the microphone, and then later on when we do the drawings for $100, we're doing 2 people. If your name get called again, well, God has blessed you. Won't he do it? Okay, so let's go ahead and spin for the win. Well, congratulations to Mr. Rodney Tate Jr. Rodney Tate Jr. Just be on the lookout for an email from us today so that we can get your shipping address. We're going to confirm your email, make sure you're set to go, and you will be getting your winning in the mail. You see how simple that is? And so we're about to do one more. We're going to do one more of the giveaways for this particular spin. Now, you can't win in the same spin. That's one thing I will say. You can't win twice in the same spin. So he's good for that. But if he gets picked for another one, he's good to go. All right, let me do this because I'm going to bring up the speaker. 1 second, y'all. Let me make sure. By the way, shout out to everybody who's watching us on Facebook. Shout out to everybody who is watching us on the YouTube. Shout out to everybody watching on Twitter. Where else are we? On Twitch. Where else are we? We're just all over the place, y'all. I want y'all to understand we are broadcasting all over the world right now. So that's a big doggone deal, okay? A big doggone deal, if I say so myself. All right. Let me pull this up real quick. So y'all just heard from her, but I want to make sure I can bring her in so that she can be seen. All right. Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure I get her right. I got to get the frame right. Y'all see Dr. Teresa is going to be hooking us up with some wonderful fancy giveaways. So let me see. I'm going to bring her side by side first, but this is, you know, how we do it like this. We do it like this. That's not what I meant to do. Let me see. Is that it? Yes, there it is. There it is. Ciao. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. By the way, what did you guys receive from her talk while we're setting this thing on up? I want everybody to type into the chat space what it is that you received. All right, let me pull her up real quick, y'all. So we can go ahead and get this thing a rocking and a rolling. Let me bring her up beside me. Hey, darling, how are you? Awesome job on an amazing talk. First of all, yes, honey. So you okay, girl? You said you broke your left arm and your left leg.
I broke the left ankle and the right arm.
Girl, you sound like me. I'm clumsy too, Chuck. Listen. Okay, well, look, I'm going to go ahead and let you tell everybody what it is that you're giving away. Let me make sure I got you on the screen. All right. No. There it is. Okay, but it's too big. Hold on. I don't want to look like that. Hold on. Let me make sure. There she goes. Perfect. All right, darling.
Let's get this. Okay. Well, I'm giving away my day for the first look at the world.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Dr. Toshi one prescription is a 30-day great guide for health and wellness. You get the book and the workbook. So,
Okay. I need one of those too. Make sure as well, Dr. Teresa, drop your link in the chat in case somebody wants to buy that, because that looks like some stuff we need. 31 days? Yeah, type it in the chat so everybody can get it. But let's go ahead and do the spin for the win. All right, let's see who's going to win. Well, congratulations to Sharon D. Hudgens. What's going on, sis? She is the winner of that incredible layout, y'all. She's got the book and the workbook, child. We know we need to be getting our health and wellness together. And that is, was she done left? Lord, I didn't. Okay. Well, that's okay. But Dr. Teresa is going to bless you. So Sharon D. Hudgens, we will be making sure to reach out to you so that you can get your workbook and your book for 31 days. I forget the title, but we just going to say to extreme health. Okay. Hallelujah. Want to do it. All right. Well, let's go ahead and keep this show moving. Let me look at the schedule. Let me see how off the schedule are we. Are we doing pretty good? Are we doing? We're Almost there. We're gonna catch up. We're gonna catch up. Hey, we've got another incredible speaker, y'all, that I'm about to bring to the stage. I want y'all to go ahead and there's a place here in Airmeet. I don't know if y'all have seen it yet, but you can click down at the bottom. It's like a little smiley face emoji where you can then go click on the little smiley face emoji and you can do some claps, right? So we're about to bring up another one of our speakers. So do me a favor, darlings. Go ahead down there to the emojis and let's throw up some hands. Let's throw up some claps for this young lady whose title is Don't Just Sit There. Start Surviving Depression. Let me pull her up real quick, y'all.
Did you know depression affects people from all walks of life, no matter their background? It can affect people of all ages as well. Globally, did you know more than 264 million people of all ages suffer from depression? Are you one of the million individuals suffering from depression and you do not know how you're going to survive? My name is Danielle M. Gilbert. I help women survive the pain of depression and anxiety through the power of manifestation. Over the past 4 years, I have helped over 100 women break through the barriers, preventing them from surviving depression by simply manifesting their yes. Depression can begin at any age and can affect people of all races and across all socioeconomic statuses. Depression is one of the most common disorders, mental disorders in the United States. And for some reasons, and for some individuals, major depression can result in serious deficiencies that impede with or limit one's ability to carry out key life activities. According to the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, an estimated 17.3 million adults in the United States have had at least one major depression episode. And that simply represents 7.1% of all US adults. The frequency of major depressions happen higher in adult females at 8.7% compared to males only at 5.3%. With those statistics, they were very alarming. They were alarming to me because I did not want to become a statistic. A statistic was not an option for me. I did not want my family to wake up wondering if I was still alive. Or at least is what I thought. I thought I didn't want that. I thought that because depression was never a notion in my mind as a young adult. I never would have imagined the pain of losing important loved ones at a very young age. And the very first person that I lost is my mother to leukemia. See, she is the one who knew what to say. She always had the right words. She's the one who heard my first cry, who knew what my likes and dislikes were. She was the one who comforted me in the time of me being angry and frustrated and trying to figure out this thing called life. I no longer had her sweet voice telling me, baby, it's going to be all right. And then not only that, the one person besides my mother that I thought that I could love was taken from me. My very firstborn child was taken from me by his father, who shook him to death. Baby shaking syndrome. And I never would imagine the pain that I continue to feel. The pain that I thought would last for only a short period of time. The pain that I thought would go away. And the pain of loss just continued. It continued through the next 6 months of losing people that I loved, that I wanted to be near me, the ones who guided me, the ones who knew what it felt like to not have their mother. So I often paused and I would say, God, why me? God, why are you taking the people that I love most dearly from me? What did I do? I'm a child myself. Tell me, God, what did I do? And one day I was hoping that all of the pain of my lost ones would end. I said, death cannot honestly happen this many times to one person. But boy, was I wrong. Because literally 6 months, it felt like every other week, but literally every other month, I was losing someone who meant the world to me, who loved me, who could replace that mother figure that I no longer had. See, it wasn't just one family member, it was 6 in 6 months. It was an aunt, it was 2 uncles, it was my grandfather, it was a cousin. They left and they entered the gates of heaven. And then when I thought the pain was going to subside, it continued to haunt me, because as I went into the workforce to find some level of comfort and happiness, I began to feel like I wasn't good enough. So it was an extra layer of grief and pain that felt like it was sitting on top of my heart. It felt like my heart was beating and beating, but it just wasn't beating slow. It was beating. And it was a pain that I could not explain. And it led to the depression and to the anxiety of not feeling loved and not good enough. So the early part of my 20s, I literally felt this immobilizing, like, pain that just hit me of anxiety. And as you know, anxiety leads to depression. And for me, it was so bad to the point that I just wanted to sleep. I wanted to sleep. I didn't want to get up and go to work. My friends had no idea. No idea that I was suffering internally. No idea that I was crying for help. No idea that I didn't feel loved. What they saw was this: a mask of happiness and smiling and bubbliness. A person who was the life of the party, the person who walked into a room and demanded attention. They saw it. They saw the outside. So when could I really take the mask off and be me? I didn't know. I just had no idea. Because as a Black woman, it is not okay in our Black culture to tell anyone that you're suffering from a mental illness or a mental disorder. It was a stigma that you better not dare share with another soul. And there was just no way that I wanted to be the laughing stock. I did not want to be that Black woman that people looked at and said, oh, she has a mental disorder. So the silence killed me inside. The feeling was a never-ending pit of dimness. I felt stuck. I felt unhappy. I felt sad. I felt tired. I felt isolated. I felt I had no energy. I felt irritable, frustration. I felt like I literally could not fix anything. But luckily for me, I had a decision to make. And it was the decision that, Danielle, you continue to suffer through the depression. You just continue to tell yourself that you don't want to be here. Or you make a decision that you're going to survive. And you're not only going to survive, you're going to thrive. And you're going to thrive through all the pain and hurt that you feel. And see, it led me to an awakening moment of an epiphany of saying, you can do this, Danielle, you can do this. And so it led me to the guide of asking, what can I do and how can I change the narrative? And I changed the narrative because I started to reading about the law of attraction. And see, my determination, my dedication, and my drive to be happy was going to be what I wanted it to be. And the journey to create the life that I desire had to start with me. No one else but me. See, and the law of attraction did not just teach me to manifest a life that I was more satisfied with. It taught me how to cultivate my mind, but not just cultivate, not to just do that. It helped me rewrite my subconscious programming that was keeping me in a state of depression. So I had to write exactly what I wanted. And see, when I realized that I could still have what I wanted through trying to survive the depression, I knew that I was on the right path. And I don't just say this to make you smile or to believe that it's going to happen overnight. I tell you this, that you can survive depression and manifest your yes, because I was there. I experienced it firsthand. And I'm here on the other side to tell you my story, to say you can too. And see, along this journey, it taught me 5 simple things. And the first thing it taught me was to have and recognize my emotional baseline. See, it took me back to the days when I would go to the doctor, even with my mother, who the doctor would say, "How are you feeling?" And I say, "I don't know how I'm feeling." He says, "Well, how are you feeling on a scale of 0 to 10? And I would say, "Oh, I'm a 10," because I was at my happiest moment. But now when you try to survive, you're not always going to be at that 10. You may be at a 5, you may be at an 8, and sometimes you may even be at a 2. But recognize what your emotional baseline is so that you know what and when you are at your happiest moment. So if it's a 4, it's okay. If it's a 10, it's okay. The second thing I learned along this journey is to set my intentions. Choose exactly what I wish to manifest. Right? So if I believe it, I know it's going to happen. So I just don't believe it. I write it, I speak it, I believe it, and I dream it. And I remember watching a YouTube video from Tyler Perry, who once said that all of his shows were not always packed. He started off with 1, sometimes 2, sometimes 10 people in the audience. But what he said resonated with me the most. See, I knew that I had to shift my mind to know that what I was doing, I was not just doing it, but I was walking in my purpose and my passion. But I also knew that once I shifted my mindset to say that, yes, I may only have 2 people in the audience today, but years from now, I'm going to have thousands and maybe even millions of people in my audience. So he said when he manifests what he wanted to see, everything else just fell into place. So if we take Tyler Perry, who has now owned his own studio, have plays and actually has created a way for other actors and actresses, he has manifested exactly what he wanted in his life. But the third thing that you have to do, and what I learned along this journey, is when you are beneath your emotional baseline. So if your baseline is a 5 and you're at a 2, what you have to do is accommodate yourself and go with the flow. Because every day is not going to be peaches and creams. Every day is not going to be a smile on your face. Every day you just probably want to just lay in the bed. But if you want to lay in the bed that day because you're beneath your emotional baseline, accommodate yourself to do that, because it's your life, right? And you know how you feel. So go with it. Go with the accommodations that you need to make yourself feel okay. The fourth thing is to prioritize adequate time and space to make sure that you can get back to the baseline of the point of happiness. And the fifth thing is self-care. Self-care is everything to ensure that you are happy. So as you take this journey of surviving depression and you manifest your yes, there are 4 simple things that you can do. And that is simply to connect with your happiness. Whatever is making you unhappy, connect with this so you can be able to disconnect and move on to the things that is making you happy. The next thing is build momentum. Build momentum on the things that make you happy. Build momentum on the things that can keep you going and create the energy that you need. The third thing is appreciate the small things in life. Appreciate the things that you are happy about. And then the fourth thing is love yourself. When you get up every morning, look into that mirror and say, I love me. I appreciate who I am. See, depression is a challenging illness that is true. And in my words, I say the struggle is real. It is real, right? The pain is real. And it doesn't go away overnight. But the great thing about this journey is that you choose your perspective. How do you want to see it? Right? It's not about what others think. It's not about what others do. It's about your perspective. What is your perspective on how you want your life to be? So as you shift your mind and your focus, and those who are blessed enough to receive the challenges are also blessed enough to receive the growth. So because you have the ability to create your reality, don't allow depression to take you away. You survive depression and you create the reality that you want in your life. So if you're in a moment of trying to figure it out and you want to understand the power of manifestation, I highly ask that you decide what you want to do. And if there's ever an opportunity that you need to speak to someone or you want to understand how do you survive, what are some tips for you, you at any time can simply text 804-829-3722. Let me help you along this journey of manifesting your yes, but most importantly, surviving the depression. I am Danielle Gilbert, and I helped over 100 women survive depression through the power of manifestation. Allow me to help you.
Woo! Well, Danielle had me on fire. And let me tell you something. So of course I brought her up a little bit early, but that's okay. We're gonna make it work. But man, I'm so grateful to be able to hear from so many incredible women that are willing to share some of their challenges with mental health, because many of us are dealing with it. And then of course with all that is going on in the world today, it has been something that has just been really, really big amongst many of us. And so I'm appreciative of her sharing that, and then also sharing what we must do to be able to push through it. Because honestly, in that phase, yes, when you talked about you got to make it about yourself, that's what you have to do. When you are pushing through this imbalance of your emotions and things of that nature, you've got to focus on you and look at the stuff that you can be grateful for. Look at the stuff that you can appreciate. God woke us up for another day to impact somebody's life. Okay, so definitely want to thank you so much, Danielle, for that amazing talk. Oh no, I'm right on track. I'm just going down to her giveaway because she's giving away a really, really good gift. So I'm tripping. Okay, we was in the right order. Yes, ma'am. That's good. And we are almost right on track. Good. Look at that. Well, listen, real quick. I also want to play 2 quick commercials for you guys of some of our amazing speakers. So let me just pull up some commercials. You know what I'm saying? We got some commercials. We'll be right back, and then we're gonna bring up our next speaker. I'm gonna do about 2 commercials. We got to pay some bills. Okay. All right.
Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying the conference. My name is Joyce King. I'm a life coach. The heart of my work is to help women to find themselves, regardless of their past circumstances, experience, and struggles. With everything going on in the world today, the pandemic, COVID-19, sometimes we lose ourselves. We have to redefine ourselves. Let's set up a discovery session one-on-one. TalkToJoyce.com or 248-716-1459. I would love to hear from you. Talk to you soon.
I'm Candy, and I use Emotional Mindscape Method to help successful women in midlife master their emotions so they can shift from force to power and elevate their overall quality of life without feeling overwhelmed or suppressing who they are. My mission is to reconstruct the world by reconstructing the minds of 1,000 successful women in midlife. Schedule a call with me today at www.shiftingfromforcetopower.com.
Hello, I'm Dr. Teresa Woodard with TW Med Consulting, and I help people reverse disease processes through healthy lifestyle transformation and educational epiphanies. I do this through my online courses and classes, as well as through books that I've authored on health and wellness. Now, if you haven't already, please be sure to contact us and connect with us through our social media on Facebook and Instagram at TW Med Consulting. And also, I hope you've enjoyed all the information we've shared thus far. But if not, be sure to catch our free gift that's available at drteresaw.com/free gift. We hope to see you there soon because we want to be there for your health care.
All right, y'all. So let's shout out some of our amazing speaker sponsors. We've got more that we're going to be sharing as well throughout this conference. So definitely excited about that. And as I said, y'all, we're broadcasting all over the place right now. So please do us a favor. If you're watching this broadcast on Facebook, or if you're watching it on Twitter, or if you're watching it on YouTube, number one, if you're watching it on a YouTube channel, please give us a thumbs up. Please, whoever's channel it is, because it's not just my channel. We literally have all of our speakers broadcasting out to their platforms. Like, where they do that at? They only do it right here. Look, hold on. Let me get a little sound effect for y'all. Come on. Hey. Also, we're broadcasting on Facebook, y'all. The Facebook groups, Facebook pages, Facebook personal pages, all that. We all over the place, okay? So please make sure that you share this broadcast. This conference is all about breaking through, all about empowerment, all about type stuff like that we need, right? So please share this. Please give it a thumbs up. Please, whatever platform you on, give us some love, because I think these speakers and their journeys and what they're sharing, they absolutely deserve all of the blessings that are coming their way. So let's go ahead. We've got another speaker, and I know you guys are enjoying this so far. If you guys are enjoying this so far, do us a favor. Type into the chat space right now. What have you learned? Give us one little tidbit from one of the speakers that you have, heard something from, you learned something from. Give us just one. You don't got to give us multiple. Just one will work. One will work. But now we're going to bring up another young lady who's going to talk about 3 steps to letting go. Ooh. Even when it seems impossible. So let's go ahead and bring our speaker up right now. Boom.
Forget about the past. I'm doing something new. It's happening now. Can't you see it? I'm creating rivers in the deserts and pathways in the wilderness. Hi, I'm Candy, and I help successful women in midlife reduce anxiety, improve relationships without feeling overwhelmed, using my emotional mindscape method so that they can elevate their overall quality of life. I'm going to speak with you today about 3 steps to letting go, even when it seems impossible. It was a warm summer night in 2001, and I thought I was going to explode. I had had it in my marriage, and I just couldn't take it anymore. As soon as my husband got home, I bolted out the door to call my grandmother. I hopped in my car, and I found the nearest grocery store parking lot. I began to tell her every detail of pain and betrayal. She's quiet. She patiently waits. And she waits until I'm done talking, and she says, "Darling, broaden your shoulders. To me, that was saying expand your consciousness. Although this wasn't what I expected, I wasn't surprised because I came from a family of women who simply just didn't tell their daughters to leave their husbands. They would support you wherever you were. But when she said broaden your shoulders, I felt I had grown wings, but I still couldn't comprehend that message fully. So fast forward, I got my divorce. I sold my salon. Yes, I was and still am a licensed cosmetologist. And I enrolled in the University of North Carolina. I was busy getting my bachelor's when all of a sudden I couldn't breathe. I was diagnosed with asthma. However, over the years, I noticed that the only times I really got sick was when I was stressed. So back in 2013, I was now working on my doctorate degree in adult education, and boom, one of the biggest attacks I had ever had hit me. That was when I realized my asthma attacks were a result of me not letting go. How so? Breathing is a very natural response ruled by the parasympathetic nervous system. In trying to stop the life of a situation, I was stopping my own life. So I learned I needed to expand, which is consciously injecting only what serves you. However, that doesn't mean that you run from all things you hate. But serving you means for your highest good, and we know most times that doesn't always feel good. What it means is consciously finding the lessons in everything that happens to you and how it serves you until everything that doesn't serve you becomes insignificant. I call this finding the win. Now, this doesn't mean that you run from all the things you hate. Serving you means for your highest good. And we know, again, most of the times that just doesn't feel good, right? So when you run into something that doesn't feel good, you hold on tighter, and this is natural because the brain wants to win. For example, if I go to the gym and my trainer tells me to do something that I can't seem to accomplish, it will bug me to the point that I'll want to try it again and again until I get the breakthrough. Once I get the breakthrough, my brain will check this off as a win and I can let go. Thus, my consciousness will expand and make room for more and more wins, which will make the last win less significant. Another example was when Martin Luther King spoke his last speech. He knew that he was going to die, yet here he was in his way. What finding a win was to perceive a loss and how he tricked his brain into letting go. And he says, I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Martin knew that his mortal body was going to transition, so he tricked his brain as a way to help others believe that if something happened to him, everyone would still win. So this is a powerful, conscious, expanding technique that you can use to help you let go even when it seems impossible. One who has an expanded consciousness can do three things very well. They're able to dismantle their fears, process emotions objectively, and see beyond the seen. Why? Because you have a bigger place to play. I don't care how serious your life or situation is, it is a game to be won or lost. And to lose, it just simply means that you don't have the tools, but all the tools are in you, but many of them are hidden in the mansions you are afraid to go in. If you have a constricted consciousness, your imagination doesn't have the space to create the scene beyond the scene. Expanding your consciousness starts with a desire to create a bigger space for all the experiences and feelings you must process over the years. Many times, anxiety attacks can occur when our minds begin to fixate and then close in on us. One of the quickest ways to expand your consciousness is to breathe. This is the opposite of what I was doing when I began having asthma attacks after my divorce. And while I was in college, I was trying to keep my world narrow and constricted and closed because I didn't want anything else to go wrong. As a result, I'd send messages to my nervous system to constrict my bronchial tubes. It took several asthma attacks before I made the connection between my attacks and my emotional responses to outside stimuli. It wasn't until I simply began to teach myself how to breathe consciously, that I was able to instantly expand my consciousness. So when you can't let go, do this instead. Breathe. The next step is to detach. As women, we are designed to hold on because we are receptors who receive and reciprocate. This is what gives us the ability to love our babies unconditionally. Many people think that the heart gets more attached than the brain, but that's not true. However, a mother goes through stages of attachment and detachment if she's healthy. At first, we are so in love and crazy about our babies. I remember when I first had my babies, I was literally addicted to them, their smell, nursing them, and talking to them. And my mind and body had to shift into nurturing and making milk. I was consumed with their safety. Then, as time went on, the reality of their individualism kicked in, and I had to find a reason to shift out of my head and into my heart so that I could love from a different place. The reason this is more powerful when you align with it is because you're looking at what's best for the person, place, or thing. For example, this is one of my favorites. Many people are attached to religion. So attached that they get defensive when someone believes differently than they do. I always remind those who are attached to religion that God doesn't need a defense. Religion acts as training wheels for the spiritually underdeveloped. For those who are hit hard by that, let me use diet as an example. You have people who need a diet plan. Then you have people who just eat right. Now are you making the connection? So as you expand, you pull away from all things that hold you back without even realizing it. If you're focusing on your win and now you have found a reason that is also best for whatever it is that you're attached to, that you expand beyond them, the idea or the situation, you can see much clearer what's best for your highest good. Everything is happening to bring you closer to your higher self, not to give you what you want. Getting what you want is the reward for tapping into your higher self to get it. So in the first step, we had to find the win so that we could expand. Well, this one, we have to find the reason that benefits the other. This is going to require you to move from your head and go into your heart. The mind holds on to things because it's addicted to familiarity. It wants the same thing over and over and over again. When you decide on a win and you begin to make that shift, the mind is going to try to pull you back into that very strong hole that you're trying to shift from. It's very enticing. I tell people all the time to never judge the drug addict because anything you become dependent on becomes your drug as far as your brain is concerned. Your reason is going to be the support for your win. Have you ever heard of phantom pain? This is the phenomenon that amputees live with. They think they're experiencing pain in the limb that has been amputated. This is how powerful the brain is. It's hardwired to remember intense emotion, intense physical pain or pleasure, and anything that's attached to you in a big way. When something is taken from you, you will constantly look for the essence of that thing and attach yourself to it. And a great example is Greg Braden talks about the 7 Essene mirrors. The third mirror is the mirror of what's lost. It's the mirror of what we've lost, given, or had taken away from us. If you find yourself unable to detach, ask yourself, what have I lost, had stolen, or given away? Once you pinpoint what that is, you find that you can heal that area and detach from that phantom pain, thought, idea, person, place, or thing. The third step is connect. We have expanded, we have detached. Now let's connect. Attachment comes from judging, and being judged comes from the brain. The heart does not judge. Therefore, it accepts people, places, and things as they are while yet remaining connected. If you think about nature and the environment we live in, it is an example of detachment and connection. The earth always recovers from what we call a disastrous event. The body does the same thing when we sleep. By age 70, 40% of our heart is renewed. The skin replaces itself every 28 days. days. Hair renews itself every 6 years. Red blood cells are renewed every 4 months. The liver regenerates every 150 days. This is the forgiveness process. Your body forgives itself. It detaches from any damage done to it, and it forgives you by healing itself. This is what you are commanded to do, not so you can go to heaven. You are commanded to forgive so that you can be in alignment with the natural healing powers of the universe and your body. In order to do that, you must detach. So if you find it hard to find a reason that benefits the other, look how good of a reason you have for yourself. Now, you're in perfect shape to connect with others in a healthy way. Attachment is out of fear, but connection is born out of service. Scripture says it's not good for man to be alone. So let's create a helper. Trust me on this. You cannot help anyone you are codependent on. What is codependency? It is an addiction to a conditioned response based on old patterns that no longer serve your highest good. This is an unhealthy attachment. We've all been guilty of doing this at some point in our lives. However, as we ascend higher in our development, we unhook ourselves and connect by knowing our own value and simply sharing that value with others, but only for the reason of illuminating that value within them. Everything is connected. It is the human mind that needs to find disconnection, difference, and discord. However, nature recognizes that all things work together for the good. All healthy connections have one thing in common. They see the good in themselves and they see that same good in the other. Notice how your most challenging relationships are the ones where you say, I'd never do that. Why did you do that? Why did you do it that way? You should have done it this way. Oh, I'm very different from that. I don't do that. In order to make healthy connections, you must see yourself in others. Once you master this, it works to your benefit. And this is how it goes. So let's see you see the good in others. So someone comes along and you think it is the one, the best friend you never had, the mother you never had, the lover you never had, and they fail you. Instead of you giving them all the power by placing what you value in them, you're going to assign that value to yourself, right? You're going to take it away from that person, place, a thing, and reassign it to yourself. Again, you are that which you seek. This is also an example of self-concept rearranging. You must take note and begin to see everything you are attached to outside of yourself as already being not just in you, but you. As Neville Goddard states, everything is you pushed out. This will aid you in expanding your consciousness and making more room within yourself for the entry of that which serves you. When you focus on what's useful and of service to you and see yourself connected to others, then you will serve them as you serve yourself. Serving others based on their need, which is simply a reflection of your needs, equals compassion. This creates the greatest connection. Compassion is more powerful than empathy because it requires you to become an active participant in the healing of self and others. It goes past feeling sorry and deeper into true connection. This is the simple yet powerful tool for letting go, even when it seems impossible. So, this is called Ho'oponopono. I'm sorry equals responsibility. Please forgive me equals alignment. I love you equals passion. Do this for 21 days and feel the shift. This lowered my blood pressure 7 points. It wasn't really high, but it was borderline. I just started this mantra and it really made a difference in my life on a permanent basis. So, breathe deep. And go to my Shifting from Force to Power website. Better yet, you can go to the Letting Go formula. Go to that website, and what you will find is the actual formula that I use to give my students in my Shifting from Force to Power course. It's priceless. It's phenomenal. It has helped so many of my students actually shift. They're able to let go. They're able to complete things that they never thought they were able to complete. They were able to break barriers just with this one formula. I have several formulas in my course, Shifting from Force to Power. But in the letting go formula, which is www.thelettinggoformula.com, you go there and I'm going to share that with you. Okay? So it's very, very powerful. So if you get a chance, do the Ho'oponopono. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. This is so powerful. And it does. It helps you release and let go. And it sends everyone what they need to do to let go as well. I hope that this has been beneficial to you. And peace.
Candy got me over here in a state of peace. I feel like I've had a glass of wine, the way she got me feeling real nice and calm. Candy, you were amazing. Absolutely amazing. My notes, one of the things I wrote down is having healthy connections. Healthy connections. And when you have healthy connections, or the way to have healthy connections is when you're able to see what I said, they see the good in themselves and they also see the good in others. And so the key to having those strong, healthy relationships is being able to do that. And so Candy was absolutely amazing, guys. Make sure that you do touch down and grab a free copy of her book, ebook. I think that she was sharing the link. You want to go to the link as well. Now, for those of you who've been asking, we have replays that will be available to you. But on Monday, we actually have breakout workshops, okay? Where you're going to be able to hear from our speakers and they're going to be teaching you some tangible steps, all right? Now, for everyone who is registered, we will make sure to send you the details on what workshop is what and when it's going to be. However, for everyone who's registered, you will get access to all the replays of all the workshops, okay? But make sure, guys, if one of these speakers connects with you, you see their social media, go follow them while you're here. Follow them while you're here and connect with them. How many of y'all ready to win some money? Well, we're not going to be doing the giveaway just yet. There's a couple of requirements, though. If you want to win $100, 2 people are going to win $100 today. All you have to do, number one, is be registered. And I would say it's safe to say that being registered for this conference, the small investment that it is in getting the return that you're going to get, like right now, we're about to go into a networking event. I know that there are some events to go to, top networking events, and get the quality of people that you're going to meet. You're going to spend more, right? You're going to spend more. But after that, guys, after we finish our networking, we're going to be doing more giveaways. Like all day long, we're going to be doing giveaways all day long. So right now we're going into our networking event. It is about 11:46. We're a couple minutes behind. So what we're going to do is we're going to come back. It's 11:46. It's also 12:46. So at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, that's 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will be back with our next set of giveaways, okay? And I'm going to give you guys the link when you come back, okay? You got to come back, and I'm going to show you guys, you must network, though. The networking, as well as making sure that you are following me on Instagram and being registered, is what's going to get you closer to that $100. Hello. See, we like to reward people who are action takers, okay? So make sure that you guys go into the network. Now, the way that you go into the network, we're going to pause this session. We're going to take a break. So for everybody that's watching us on live, you'll just be seeing a screen that says 10 minutes or whatever. We're going to take a break. But for those of you who are logged into the system, you're going to go up to the top where it says lounge. Okay. It says lounge. You'll see something that says lounge at the top. Okay. Now you should see it right now. Lounge. Now, once you go, you can't go until we close the session. All right. You'll see tables that are titled after all of the speakers that are speaking today. Tomorrow, there'll be tables for the speakers for tomorrow, okay? If you want to go into that table, you can go into the table. You can also do one-on-one networking. And so I did a video. Matter of fact, I should just show y'all the video real quick so y'all can see the networking. That's what I'm going to do. Let me show the video real quick, and then we will go into the networking. I think the video is like 1 minute. So let me see. It's just 1 minute or so. It's not long. I don't think. And then we'll be back at 1 p.m. So you have 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes to network. Okay. How long is this video? Child. Let's see. Oh, that ain't it. Oh, about to drop something y'all need to see. I don't know. How to be able to go to the networking sessions. We actually open up the networking 1 hour before the conference starts, and we keep it open after the conference is over so that you can connect with the hundreds of people that are registered for this conference. So you're going to click on to enter the event, and the great thing is you can just submit this information real quick. It doesn't take long. Owner of Show Your Success. And I'm going to say show your details about you. So people will be able to learn what it is that you do. Right? I just fast forward. So now we're going to enter into the event. We're going to skip over that. Where you would want to go for the networking is in the lounge. So you're going to click on the lounge. And this is where you will see the different tables, okay? Now, what we will do is we will name the tables based on the speakers that are speaking for that day. So you can jump into that table. And then if you want to do one-on-one networking, you can go right here where it says speed networking. Start speed networking, and this will allow you to connect with individuals one-on-one. We will be doing some special giveaways for those of you who actually connect with at least a certain number of people, but I'll announce it in the conference, okay? So getting on the tables or one-on-one. So if you prefer the groups, you can do that. As you can see, the tables are limited as far as the number of people who can join the tables, or you can do one-on-one. Now, there's some additional areas. The reception is just like, a reception of any conference. It'll show. Okay, we're not going to show all that. So y'all see how to do the networking. It's real easy. So let's go ahead and get to the networking. We will be back right at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central. 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central. See you guys soon. All right, guys. Let's see. 1, 2, mic check a 1, 2. We are back from our networking minute. Okay, so we are back and we're getting ready for another one of our incredible speakers, y'all. But I want to give everybody a chance to join us back in just a few minutes. Okay, so we're going to give everybody a couple of minutes to join back in to the main session. Okay, so we're going to give everybody a chance to join back into the main session. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. 1 second, y'all. Welcome everybody back. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. As you come back in, just confirm that you can hear me loud and clear, darlings. Loud and clear, darlings. Okay. Who did you meet? Who did you meet? Give us a couple of names of some people you met and share one special thing about them that you learned. So who did you meet? Share one special thing that you learned about the person that you networked with. Type that into the chat space, guys. Type that into the chat space. Type it into the chat space. One person that you met. Hold on, y'all. Y'all see I'm multitasking, right? Multitasking. I'm just making sure. Let everybody know that we are back and we are Lizzie Live for the Get Down with the Get Down. All right. Let's see here. Loud and clear. Yes, I'm being heard. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Yes, type into the chat space. Who did you meet? Who did you meet? And also, I'm going to go ahead and have, in 2 seconds, we're going to have, that's what I should have been doing. Totally forgot. That's okay. We're going to bring on another one of our speakers that you guys had a chance to hear from. And by the way, I know a lot of you guys enjoyed that networking, right? How many of y'all enjoyed it? A lot of y'all enjoyed it. Well, we're going to allow you guys, once we're done today, there will be another opportunity for you to be able to go and network with someone, right? So you're going to be able to get a chance to network with someone else as well. Hold on. Is that live? Okay. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. They got a new feature with this software. How many of y'all would love to learn how to do some of this stuff that we're doing, right? A lot of people are always like, yo, how do you do all of this? And if anybody knows me, you know I am very willing to share the tea. I will share the tea. We're going to be having a special event where we're going to show you guys how to become broadcasting rock stars. So just be on the lookout for that. But yeah, man. So if you're interested in learning those details, just let us know. We'll get you rocking and rolling. But anywho, yeah, man, this is fire. I just set it up without y'all singing it. Let's see. Sharon and Manaima will be connecting. That's who Candy met with. Miss Sharon, a pleasure to meet you. Look forward to learning more about your project. Awesome. Dr. Teresa met, sorry y'all, because I'm looking down at my other computer, so I know it looked crazy. Dr. Teresa met Rodney Joggs. Okay, awesome. Candy met Sharon and Manaima. Candy was a great speaker. I got incredible value from her presentation and look forward to staying connected. Awesome. Leticia loves health and nutrition. Yes. I met Tiandra Fields, who is finishing a book. Amen. Let's see. Candy Jeter, loud and clear. Okay, awesome. So you guys are doing that. Yes, honey. Listen, I stay with the new updates and the new softwares, and we're going to get you right. Okay, so let's see the schedule. Let's look at my schedule. I know I'm off a little bit, but we're doing it good. Danielle, we need you to come on in because Danielle's about to be doing a giveaway. And then we're going to have 2 incredible speakers that you're going to hear from. And we're going to be doing some more giveaways, y'all. We got a lot of giveaways and we got a lot of speakers. So more giveaways, more speakers. So we need Danielle to pop in the link so we can do that giveaway. Let me give you guys the link so you can enter to win the next giveaway. Let me give you the link as well. Okay. The next giveaway is I'm going to put the link in the chat space. Remember, you gotta be registered, darlings. Okay, I think we only did that one. Okay, so let me type it in the chat space so y'all can put your information in. And remember, you can win up to 2 times per giveaway session. And we have more giveaways tomorrow. All right. Okay, I'm gonna put this in. I don't know where Danielle is, but we're gonna go ahead and put this in right now. So y'all go ahead and do that, and I'll play a couple of commercials, and then we'll bring her on in. Okay, well that's her, but I'm gonna still play these commercials. We'll be right back. We ain't getting no love with the commercial. Hold on, y'all. The commercials ain't working. Oh, I know why it's doing that. Hold on. Publish.
Hello. It's Latisa B, and I help women of all ages to uncover and tap into their gift. I show them exactly what to do to let go of all the things that's blocking it. Are you ready to utilize your gift to fully operate in your purpose? Then take your next steps and download my free gift at www.IamReadyToLetGo.com.
Real quick. Come on with the radio ready domain, Latisa. Sorry, I just had to jump in. Listen, if anybody follows my training, I talk about having them radio ready domains.
I am Dr. Angelika Christie, and I help the woman over 50 thrive in her relationship with herself and others. She gains clarity about what she wants now and the courage to create a new future with the commitment to joyfully live as the unapologetic, magnificent woman she truly is. Visit my website, angelikachristie.com, or WhatsApp me at 305-343-8324 to receive my 7-step blueprint to outrageous success for free.
Hello. Welcome to the Breakthrough Conference. My name is Cynthia Marquez with Creative Thinking, and I help individuals and business relationships connect cohesively through effective communication. If you are in a place in your relationship or have a team to manage and would like to get specialized tips and tools to be an effective communicator, visit creativethinking.org for more details. You guys have a good time at the conference. Thanks.
Pain, depression. We all have experienced pain or know someone who has depression. We all wish the pain or depression would go away. There is a solution. Coach Danielle. I just contacted Coach Danielle, who provides real-life solutions to dealing with pain and depression, and then there was no more feeling lonely and no more secrets. My connectiveness to family and friends is restored. Danielle is the real solution through her manifestation coaching program. Connect with her today.
Danielle would have had that smooth jazz playing on the commercial. Hey, doom. I'm jamming. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. All right, y'all. Well, we have plenty more commercials that are coming. We also have some sponsored ads for individuals who sponsored ads in our book, the Breakthrough Book. Guys, this is a celebration of the Breakthrough Book. We have well over 250 orders already. So that means we are already top sellers. Okay. Hello. How you doing? 250 copies. And for those of you who did pre-order this copy, whether or not you're watching us live or you're watching the replay, make sure you enjoy it. I'm telling you, these chapters are amazing. These co-authors are amazing. Matter of fact, I don't call them co-authors. They are authors, these speakers, these world changers. They are amazing. So let's bring up Danielle real quick, and she's going to share with you guys her giveaway. So Danielle, I'm going to pop you in on this screen, girl. Yes. Hit it. Nope, that won't it. Hold on. Won't. Boom. And boom. There she is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, darling.
Awesome. So I'm super excited and fired up to be able to give my manifesting or manifestation workshop away. And what this will allow you to do is work with me through a workshop where I help you manifest your yes in 7 steps. So I'm excited for the winner and looking forward to the person who will be able to manifest their yes.
Yes, okay, come on, manifestation journal, darling. So we're about to do this, the free voucher for, I'm sorry, not journal, the workshop. This is a $299 value, the free voucher for the manifestation workshop. And so we're going to go ahead and get ready to spin for the win. Again, y'all tripping. Y'all ain't trying to win that now. I don't think they want to win because ain't nobody been submitting information. I don't know what's going on, child, but it's all good. Y'all leave it to the people who really want it, who need it. Uh-oh, y'all said it's an echo. Oh, sorry, y'all. Is it an echo still? Okay. Yeah, I had to mute it. My bad. I had to mute it. I realized it was an echo. But she has the manifestation workshop. You guys are getting one lucky person is going to win the free voucher to the manifestation workshop. And then, by the way, if you do win, and no, we're not going to do that. Y'all need to take your winnings. I'm telling you, sometimes you ever had someone where you try to give them something and they say, no, you ain't got to give it to me. Do you know when you do that, you actually deny a person's blessing? So it's not just a blessing to receive. It is also a blessing to be able to give. And so the reason why, don't ask me why I just wanted to talk about that, but it just came up to thought. But never ever deny someone the opportunity to bless you with something, because there is no mistakes ever made in that blessing. Yes, yes? Okay, so I just wanted to share that. Let's go ahead and share the screen so y'all can see who's about to win this dealio. Where it's at? With the one time. Hold up. All right, y'all. So we have 5 people who are going to possibly win. One of these 5 are going to win. And this is for the free voucher for the manifestation workshop with Danielle Gilbert. Well, congratulations. Congratulations to Cynthia Beckles. Cynthia, you have won your access to the workshop on manifestation, the manifestation workshop. I'm gonna tell you something. I was just watching, listening to it. In fact, how many of y'all listen to audiobooks? If you listen to audiobooks, type down in the chat space, what do you listen to? If you're listening to something, hook us up. Don't be stingy with your information. Let us know what you're listening to. But if you do listen to audiobooks, I was listening today, as a matter of fact, I was listening to today the Magic of Believing. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, by Claude Bristol Myers, something like that. Anyways, so the Magic of Believing, guys, he talks about manifestation, and he talks about the power of the subconscious mind. And a lot of times, I think one of the biggest challenges, Danielle, that many people have when they watch stuff like The Secret. See, The Secret can be a little dangerous. And the reason why The Secret can be dangerous is because they do talk about, doing the vision boards and speaking the things that you want, right? Hold on. I got to make sure I type down workshop so we can make sure Cynthia get her free voucher. The Secret talks about all those stuff. And in The Secret, it also does talk about applying, but there's a big, like a big highlight on just like speaking things into your life. And the challenge with that, it's a positive and a negative. See, first of all, you got to speak the things that you desire, because if you speak it over and over and over and over and over again out loud, eventually what happens to the subconscious mind is that it has to believe that, right? And so it's going to put you into a space of doing the right actions. But sometimes what happens with people is that they get into the phase of speaking stuff that they don't really mean, because they're paying attention to what they see with their physical eye. So they'll say, yeah, I'm gonna be a millionaire, but you're looking around at your house and you're like, don't none of this look like no millionaire household, right? I ain't in no environment with a millionaire. So another thing that you must understand about manifestation is that you also have to position yourself or place yourself physically in the places where millionaires hang. You must, if that's your goal, if you want to be a millionaire, you can't just be in your current household and manifest that, because what's going to happen is the more that you say it, the more you start disbelieving it, even if you say it out loud, and eventually you'll stop saying it. You'll stop saying it. And so I'm so glad that she has this workshop. It's going to be amazing. Okay. It's going to be amazing. So I am talking about The Secret. Not The Strangest Secret. I am talking about y'all talking about, that's the audios y'all listen to. Strangest Secret is very good though. Just so you know, that's another very, very good one. Okay. Yes, and that is the basics, but we got to get into it. Okay, so now we're going to bring on another one of our amazing speakers, and I call her Angelica, but her name on her video is Angelica. She's from Germany, y'all. So we in the United States, we say G. But she is going to be speaking today about every disaster holds a special gift. So let's go ahead and bring on our next speaker. Let's get into this.
People say I'm elegant and classy, but I'm actually a rebel. I break rules. I break rules for love, for justice, for freedom, and to be true to myself. The first rule I broke, the first disaster of my life was me. I broke all rules and expectations from the moment I was born. First of all, I was supposed to be a boy. That's what my father wanted. He already had a girl, but obviously I'm a girl. My father had to accept me, a second daughter, but I looked strange, not at all like my sister who had a full head of blonde curls. I should have had blonde hair too, my parents had, but I didn't. I had the opposite. My father must have stared in disbelief at me, his baby girl with jet black, straight, long hair, yellowish skin and slanted eyes. I looked like a Japanese doll. After the initial shock, the nurse explained that it was jaundice that yellowed my skin and puffed up my cheeks, which slanted my eyes. But the long jet black hair was not explainable. Later, much later, fine blonde baby hair grew into the bald patches where the black hair had fallen out. So my unexpected appearance at birth was the first time I broke a rule. But it wouldn't be the last. Oh no. I broke many rules in my life, and it made me aware how many people go through life on automatic, almost sleepwalking, almost drifting, because they seldom question what they routinely do. It's a little bit of a herd mentality, and I believe it is a problem. You cannot be uniquely yourself if you never break rules. In my experience, I found that when you want to change something that is important to you, you butt heads with one or more rules. You must decide then, will you keep them in place even though they do not work for you anymore? Or will you be courageous and break a rule and create an environment where what you envision can actually be created? You see, nothing extraordinary and new was ever created without breaking rules. Just look at science. First, people say it cannot be done, and then they have to admit that they couldn't imagine it. And the new invention has not only broken a rule, but created a new one, until that one must be broken, so that it makes room for something new and better to be created. This cycle is accepted in science, and it works the same in your business and your personal life too. So can you consider the fact that rules must be broken? Yes or yes? I know all about rules. I was born into a family with strict rules. As you probably hear in my accent, English is not my mother language. And why did I grow up with strict rules, you may ask? My family is old, really old, and also aristocratic. My family can be traced back almost 900 years. And I only share this with you so you can understand how imprisoned my free-spirited and freedom-loving heart and mind felt actually were suffocated under all of these rules and etiquettes and upper-class mannerism. When I got close to puberty, my father noticed that my exuberant nature and love for life and freedom could attract boys. After all, teenagehood is known for high spiking hormones that attract boys like swarming bees to the nectar of beautiful flowers. In our case, the pretty girls. So, when I was 12 years old, my father decided that I should go to boarding school. A strict Catholic boarding school seemed the safest place to get me out of the boys' reach. And it was not just any Catholic boarding school, but the mother house of the Ursuline nuns in Germany, which is known for its high academics, but also a strict Christian upbringing to make girls obedient. The boarding school was a large fortress surrounded by 40 feet high, thick stone walls, and they separated me from the rest of the world. For some girls, it was a home away from home. For me, it was prison. We had to wear strict uniforms, heavy cloth pleated skirts and navy blue skirts as well, and white blouses. Only navy blue, black, and gray was allowed, and thick closed black shoes. Chapel, twice a day. Bathing, once a week. With singlets and bloomers on. Yes, bloomers. Some of you may not even know what they are. Bloomers are baggy panties, and the singlets had to be tightly pressing against the chest to make breasts as flat as pancakes. You get the picture, yes? This place was not a happy place for me. I never forget that day when I was summoned to Mother Superior's office. She didn't have any other name, just Mother Superior, and nobody was called to Mother Superior's office for just a chat. My heart pounded into my chest, up to my throat from fear when I stood in front of this heavy engraved wooden door. I never forget that moment when the door opened and a tall black habit with a white stiff collar appeared, out of which a pale and withered face of Mother Superior stared at me. I stepped back, but she grabbed me by my hair and pulled me in her office, slammed the heavy door behind her, and then she dug her cold and bony fingers deep into my shoulder, pushing me down until my knees hit the stone floor. She was towering over me, and I looked up, finding some mercy, but I saw laser beams coming through her squinted eyes, laser beams of disgust for me. I wanted the floor to open and swallow me, but instead I hear her high-pitched screaming voice saying those words down to me. Angelica, you have thrown your life away. You will never have an honorable life. You may as well be a whore. I am 12 years old, and I didn't know what she meant. But shame and terror flooded my whole body, and I felt fire of hell burning through it. And what was happening to me, I couldn't understand it. What did I do to be condemned like this? You see, during an outing from boarding school to the nearby village fair, I spotted a bright red bumper car with a boy my age waving at me. I love bumper car rides. And so I couldn't help it, but my feet moved faster and faster right to the bumper car. And I jumped in and we took off for a 1-minute ride, smashing into other bumper cars. What fun, what fun. I was just my innocent self and totally forgot about the rules not to ever look at boys or be with them. About a minute into the fun ride, I realized that I needed to catch up with the girls. So I hoped I was safe. But my excursion did not stay unnoticed. Only minutes after being back at the boarding school, I was summoned to Mother Superior's office. And you know what happened to me there. Her curse trapped my heart and mind in confusion and shame, and it took over 30 years for me to realize how her curse created a subconscious block that affected my life in so many ways. One of them was I would blush when I felt observed. I blushed whenever I was accused of something that I didn't do or didn't say. And my older sister would blame me for things, and when I rejected it, I would blush, and she would say, you see, she's lying. So she took totally advantage of me. My blushing became a tool for my sister to blame me on things that I didn't do. Throughout the next 40 years, I struggled with confidence. The more confident I seemed to be on the outside, the more terrified I felt inside. And nobody knew it because I played this confidence game successfully. And to compensate for my inner turmoil, I became Superwoman, handling a big house, dogs, husband, my 5 children, business, and looking super fit and elegant all simultaneously. Actually, pleasing everybody without regard for my own needs felt great until it didn't anymore. I was trapped, or I trapped myself in my own made-up story. My family and friends told me how lucky I was and how happy I must be, because on the outside, everything looked perfect. My 5 children were amazing and my husband was a good provider. How could I be so unhappy? And yet I was. I was living a life that was not mine. I was living the life of my husband. I was even called Mrs., my husband's first and last name. I was the hero for so many people in my family. But what about me? I knew I needed to become my own hero. I never forget that day when I knew that enough was enough. It was time to step into my true calling. For 3 decades, I had studied different health, healing, and wellness modalities. And I knew that I wanted to step outside and beyond my hometown in the Bahamas to take my gift into the world in a much bigger way. I never forget that moment when I told my husband. I never forget my husband's face when I told him that I wanted to travel abroad and speak on international stages. He stared at me in disbelief and with visible irritation. You want to do what, Angelica? Are you out of your mind? Why can't you be like other wives? Why is it not enough for you to support just me? You have everything you need here. You are ridiculous with what you want. The world is a dangerous place and I protect you here. I guarantee you a comfortable life and you'll have a comfortable death. A comfortable death. You see, those words flipped a switch in me. My inner rebel and my inner hero came alive to battle for me. And it was the start of me stepping fully into my power. My husband eventually accepted my resolve to be, do, and have what I envisioned as my purpose. And he supported what he previously called unrealistic dreams. You see, your greatest defeat can turn into your greatest gift. What I needed was total clarity, courage, and the commitment to my dream. In the following decade until today, I accomplished almost everything that I had dreamed about in my business and in my life. And so can you. So let me ask you, where are you now? Are you still struggling with self-worth? How often have you been diminished or wrongly accused? How often have you heard those words that try to snuff out your dreams, like, don't be ridiculous, be realistic? It's devastating, yes? That's trauma. And I know all about trauma and how it can imprison your heart and your mind. And I'm not different from you. I know that you too were exposed to harsh things you heard that imprinted your subconscious mind during your childhood or innocent years. And sadly, those were mostly false opinions and judgments. Is it any wonder that your opinion about yourself is limited at best? You are so much more than what you believe you are. In my work with helping women at a crossroad in their life get clarity, courage, and the commitment to create the life they dream of, I found that too many women feel trapped in their mind's limiting beliefs, and others feel trapped in unfulfilling relationships with no direction how to break free or what to do about it. Do you still feel that you are not good enough? Yes? Do you believe that you have to conform so that you are accepted and lovable? Don't you know that you are perfect the way you are? Yes, perfect. beneath layers and layers of false and limiting beliefs, which, yes, need to be peeled off to reveal the shining diamond that you are. Let me ask you this: does your life honor your core values? Because when your external life is in conflict with your internal life, your feelings, your values, you are in friction and you are in pain. You are tormented, even if nobody sees it. Maybe because you suffer in silence. Do you suffer in silence? Yes. I know how this feels. I know it from personal experience. I want you to become aware when something feels disempowering in your body. It may be a belief, a verdict, an opinion, something that resonates negatively in your body. Examine who told you so, and then question their authority. Here are 3 questions that I want you to write down. Ready? And leave some space under it so you can fill it in. First question: who told me so? Second question: why do I believe this? And third question: is it really, really true? So can you see how a trusted coach or mentor can help you change your mind, your perspective, by revealing the lessons and strengthen your capacity to love yourself free from past pain? Then trauma transforms into deeper self-knowledge, self-realization, and even wisdom. And then the gift reveals itself. But did you know that you are the gift? Yes, you are the gift. You are the gift you have been waiting for all of your life to discover, to cherish, and to profit from. When you realize this, you become a light for others so that others can see themselves through you and recognize themselves as their own precious gift. Do you see how amazing this is? Yes, does it make sense? There is nothing for you to do but just be your true, magnificent self. And your only responsibility is with yourself, because everything else will fall into place when you can love yourself unconditionally. Yes, I know it's easier to love somebody else than loving yourself. And why is this so? Because you can love others, or you can love the lovable parts of others. But it doesn't work the same like this for yourself. So here is what I know for sure. Every tragedy or disaster is a gift in disguise. I also know for sure that your painful stories do not define you. Yet, those stories lurk beneath your conscious mind and create the hideous resistance that stand in your way to be, do, and have all that you desire. Would you like to fall in love with you again and replace your painful stories with success stories? Yes? I can help you with that. There are 3 critical steps. 3. The first critical step is clarity. Clarity about who you are and what you want, so that you can have the confidence to courageously show up as your unapologetic and magnificent self. Because that's when great relationships, optimum health, and prosperity are clear outcomes. I want you to download my free blueprint. It's a 7-step blueprint for outrageous success. Let me help you resolve the biggest challenge that you believe you have. Now, take a deep breath and smile. I am here for you. I have your back.
No one can make you feel.
Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. That was so good. That was so good. And if it's one thing that I am learning from all of our speakers, number 1 is being in control of your state. So I don't know if you guys know that. When you see the speakers and they're saying to take a deep breath and just being aware, that's you being in control of your state. You know, it is a choice to have an emotion. Like whatever the emotion is that we have, that is a choice. It's a choice to be upset. It's a choice to be sad. It's a choice to be happy. It's a choice to be furious. It is a choice. And so one thing I'm learning from everyone is taking those breaths. Another thing that's crazy about Angelica's story is just thinking about, and how many of us can go back to maybe a point in our life where somebody that meant so much to us, and they poured into us something of negativity. They poured into us. And notice I say pour, because pour don't necessarily always mean positive, right? Her mistress, what do you call it? Madam Mistress, I forgot what you called it exactly, but the mistress told her she would never amount to anything. And unfortunately for many of us, the reason why we are where we are today is because we chose to believe what somebody poured, whether or not they were doing it. Because in many cases, when people say stuff like that, like I remember one time my dad told me, and he said, you just gonna always work here at this job forever. He was mad because he hated the fact that I was working at that place. And so he was saying that out of frustration, but he didn't really mean it. A lot of times we don't know that subconsciously you program somebody into believing that. Right? And so a lot of us, you want to think about as a child, what were some of the things that were shared to you? What were some untruths that were, said about you that maybe now have caused you to believe the way that you believe, to see the way that you see, to speak the way that you speak, the way you talk about yourself. So Angelica, that was absolutely powerful. Thank you so much, beautiful, for being a part of this and definitely getting us into that mode as well. And just taking note of the things that we have experienced in our life, right? Well, we're now going to bring on another one of our incredible speakers. And make sure, guys, you reach out to our speakers. They're here in the chat space. We got people that, by the way, Cynthia. So Cynthia that just won. She just registered too. Literally registered, was able to submit her information, and she won. Now, this is the thing. We are wanting the individuals that win these prizes. We want you to engage as much as you can. And guess what? We're going to be doing the giveaway, and 2 people are going to walk away today with $100 cash app. Okay. We've also got some people that are going to walk away with some, let me see what else we got going on today. We've got the Kick-Ass Happiness Blueprint by Angelica. We've got some more giveaways. That's going to be tomorrow. So we've got a lot, guys, that you want to plug into and you do not want to miss. Okay. So let's go ahead and get ready for our next speaker. And this young lady is one of my gals, honey. She also is a partner with me with another company that we run, a nonprofit called Urban CEO Network. And I'm so excited to have her on. She's going to be talking to you guys about pushing through joblessness. Let's bring on Candy.
So let me tell you about the best 50th birthday present I ever had. You want to know what it was? I lost my job. Now, I know some of you are like, Candy, oh my God, that is not a gift. But before I go through all of why I feel like it was a gift, let me explain to you who I am. My name is Candy Martin, and I am a social butterfly. And I have been in business for over 12 years. But let me tell you about the first 10 years. My business was just a side chick. And when I say on the side, child, I mean, it was on the side being dusty. Okay. And I only did it when I felt like it. Didn't have to worry about if it was making money or not. Just there. Something extra to do. Now, what I was doing what I was taught. Because everyone in my family has a side chick business. And when I say that, I mean that they have a regular 9-to-5 job and their business is on the side. Now, for the last 2 years, I have been 100% entrepreneur and running a profitable business. See, what I am a multimedia strategist. I help people and businesses excel in the media. But my main focus is social media. In social media, I help small to medium-sized businesses rock their social media just like Fortune 500 companies. So back to my story. On January 15, 2019, I lost my job. my six-figure job. When I say I was devastated, oh my God, I could not get out of the bed for a couple of days. I was so devastated. For the first 2 months, I was just going through it. And when I say going through it, I was going through everything. 401k, stock, everything gone, being used up, trying to stay afloat. On top of that, I had to make a decision. I got to the point where, do I keep my job, my house? Do I keep trying to look for a job so I can try to keep this car? It was just like, which one am I going to keep? So I had to make a decision, keep the car or try to keep the house. I had to let the car go. So again, still going through it, still trying to find jobs. And when I say all of my efforts was being blocked, everything was being blocked. Child, McDonald's wouldn't even hire me. For everything I tried to do, I was either overqualified or underqualified. Because you see, I don't have a degree. I dropped out of college when I had my first child, and basically, life happened, went from there. But that's a whole nother story within itself, and we're not even going to get into that. So what I had to do, I had to start believing in myself, because I am Neo. And if any of you have watched The Matrix, the first one, the best one, the first one. When Neo started believing in himself, he could dodge bullets. Now, child, I ain't trying to dodge no bullets and not saying that I can. However, God gives all of us gifts, and some of us have multiple gifts. And with that gift, we have to believe in the gift that we are given and work that gift like our life depends on it, because it does. So at the end of 2019, I sat down, I made my plan. And in January of 2020, I started working my plan and believing in myself and trusting that God really had me. Once I started doing that, by March 2020, I was completely straight and out of the hole. Pandemic hit, I got more business. I went from maybe making over $1,000 a whole year for my business to making over $65,000 in 1 year. So what I want you all to remember from my story is that when you get into a bad place, don't think that you don't have to be upset. Be upset. Cry. Lay in the bed for a couple of days if you have to, honey, because that's what I did. But when you get finished, get up, get yourself together, pray, make sure that you write a plan, make it plain, and work your plan like your life depends on it, because it does. And always remember, you are Neo. Deuces.
Yes, come on. Listen, I know firsthand the amazingness of working a plan, and what it has done for Candy and her business, and it is just growing. A lot of times we look at some of the setbacks that happen to us, and what we don't know in the process of them happening to us, it's really happening for us. Because I imagine that if she would have never been let go, Candy would not be in the space that she is right now, dominating in the world of social media marketing and management. She is growing leaps and bounds, and I don't know how many clients she has right now, but a lot of times we look at those situations, and how many of us can think of a situation where it seemed like, God, why is this happening to me? And then when you look at it a year from that time, you're like, if that would have never happened, I would not be where I am today. That's what the Breakthrough and Empowerment Conference is all about, because a lot of times our breakthroughs happen when we are in a situation where we feel like we're broken down. See, the breakthrough only happens in the time where you must be willing to reach up, where you must be willing to get up. A lot of us are a little comfortable. See, the challenge is we haven't experienced anything. And by the way, Angelica, make sure you go to the link so we can go ahead and get ready for your giveaway. Y'all need to go to, oh Lord, I keep wanting to say it. Here's the link. Y'all should know by now. This is the link. Y'all go to this link right here. That's the link. So you can enter your information to win. So, I think I did it wrong. Oh, child. Hold on, y'all. One second. Let me make sure I got it right. Because I might have not did it right. But what I was saying is, a lot of times, many of us are too comfortable. See, we're not in a space where it's kind of like a sink or swim. Y'all ever heard the story about, there was a story of where, like, this guy was asking this guy to coach him, right? I don't know. I'm just going to paraphrase it. And so he asked this guy, he's like, yo, I want you to show me how to be successful. And so he said, okay, I'm making up a story, but I'm kind of paraphrasing because this is all I can remember, but this is going to be good. And he says, okay, well, I want you to come and meet me at the pond. I want you to meet me at the pond later on today, and I am going to show you a technique that's going to get you to success. Now, of course, the guy is wondering, how is me going to the pond? I'm trying to get money. He talking about pond at the pond. Like, what, we going to go fishing or something like that? It don't make sense to him. And a lot of times when you get someone and you ask someone that is designed to help and transform your life, you're not supposed to understand the instructions they give you. That's why you have a coach. That's why you have a mentor. A lot of people want to have mentors and coaches that agree with them. But the reason we are where we are is because we need someone to transition our thinking, right? So he shows up because he really wants this coach to coach him. How many of y'all, you show up, right? And so he says, I want you to go and get in the water. And he's like, I'm going to get in the water with you, right? So he goes and he gets in the water with him. Okay, yeah, that's the link. Good. I just typed it wrong. He goes and he gets in the water with him. And he gets in the water and he says, now what I want you to do is close your eyes. Close your eyes and we're going to do some meditation, right? We're going to do some meditation. So he closes his eyes because, of course, he doesn't understand what the heck are we doing, but he closes his eyes. And all of a sudden, the mentor pushes him down into the water. Now, at first, he's like, okay, well, maybe this is a part of the process. I'm going to sit here for a little while. This is what we do when we get coaches, too, in life. We start off because we want it so bad. We say, okay, I'm going to listen for a little while. See, I'm making up a story, but it's good. Because this is what we do. I'll listen for a little while. But as soon as they do one thing that I don't agree with, I don't know, I'm stepping. I'm going to see how this works. But as soon as they do one thing I don't agree with, I'm stepping. And so he puts him down there under the water. And so first he's like, okay, this is stupid, but I'm going to do it. And so he's down there waiting. Now, he wasn't expecting this. So, of course, he didn't take a big breath. A lot of us are waiting for the right opportunity. The right opportunity never comes in your breakthrough. The right opportunity never comes in your empowerment. It's always in a situation where you are not expecting it. He was not expecting to be pushed under the water, but it happened. So he gets pushed under this water and he's down there like, I didn't even get a big breath. I don't know how long he gonna have me down here. And eventually, guess what? He's running out of breath. So now at this point, he is all the way confused about what the heck is going on. This man is trying to kill me. So now he's fighting for his life. Ooh, I just made this up. This is good. Ooh, is anybody getting I got some chills. Oh my God. He's fighting for his life. So where Candy says, everything was going out. I was spinning this. I was spinning that. I was buying this. Everything. I'm fighting for my life. I had to give up my car. And he's fighting for his life and struggling because you're not going to let yourself drown. That's just automatically in us. So he pushes and pushes and he finally gets up. And the mentor says, see, it's not that you necessarily, because everybody out here, we know what we need to do. Sometimes what you really need is somebody to light a little fire under that bouquet. We know what we need to do. He said, when you want success as much as you wanted air, then you will be able to get to where you need to be. See, we out here making every excuse in the world because we're comfortable. That's what the Breakthrough and Empowerment Conference. So I just kind of remade that story, but that was dope. That was powerful. I don't see Angelica. So I don't know. What we gonna do is, Angelica, I'm gonna go to our next speaker, and then after she is done, make sure that you call in Angelica to the link so that we can bring you up for your giveaway. Woo! Who got chills from that? Listen, I know how it feels to fight for your life and it to not make sense, y'all. It right now for some of y'all, it's just not making sense, and you thinking it's happening to you, but it's not happening to you. It's happening for you, and you'll never be back in that position where you were. Let's get into it. This young lady that's going to be speaking, she's going to be talking about navigating your healing through freedom of your breakthrough. Let's bring on Cynthia.
Hi, and welcome to the Breakthrough Conference. My name is Cynthia Marquez, and I am a consanguinity coach, which basically means that I help build close connections in your personal and professional relationships. So today we're going to talk about navigating your healing through the freedom of your breakthrough. Have you ever had a time where you ask yourself, why do I keep repeating the same cycle over and over again? I remember a time when I was in my mid-20s. I was raising 2 girls by myself, and I lived in California. So in California, I was fortunate enough to have a pretty decent job. However, it still wasn't enough for the lifestyle you live in California. This was during a time when people in San Francisco who were paying $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom studio apartment decided, hey, I think it's a good idea if we move to Fairfield and raise their prices. So all of a sudden, I'm going from $740 a month to $1,400 a month overnight because they were willing to pay those prices and commute to San Francisco. Well, this was a problem for me being a single mother with 2 kids. So then I felt even more compelled to spend more time at work, get a second job. So I'm always at work, not taking care of my girls because they're taking care of themselves in front of the TV or at my grandparents' house and all this other stuff. Well, I began to feel an urgency to be there more for my girls, and that my presence was more important than the financial things that I can give to them, because I was raised with both of my parents. However, I had my children and made a decision not to have their father in their life. Even though I didn't understand what an impact that would have on them, I was able to see what an impact it had on them. So I think that I overcompensated for trying to give them all the things that I thought they needed, just to cover up the fact that they didn't have their dad there in their lives. So I was always there for them. I was always going to give them everything. And nobody was ever going to wonder, why does she need more clothes? Does she need food? Does anything? I always made sure my kids had everything. So at the point, I remember having a conversation with my aunt who lived in Texas. And she says, well, why don't you move to Texas? It's much cheaper to live here. And I thought to myself, well, I'll never be able to save up money to move because I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And she said one of the most impactful things to me. She said, you're a single mother. You're always going to be looking for money to do what you need to do. You might as well just do it. So, at that time, I had to figure out what was keeping me from making that decision. And I had to look within myself. You know, there's a quote by a poet named Buna Mohammed. And it says, if you're looking for faults, you should use a mirror and not a telescope. And what that meant to me was I needed to look within myself. What is stopping me from trying to move forward in life? Well, when I asked myself that question, it was, if I make this move, I'm going to have to go through being without. I'd have to give up my car note. I would have to live with the bare minimums, which I wasn't used to. I was very materialistic, and I taught my kids how to be materialistic. So we packed up when we moved to Texas. But first I got rid of the car note. And my dad had a pickup truck, a Chevy S10, I think it is. And we drove all the way to Texas from California. My parents were not there. My aunt was there in Killeen. But during that move to Texas, we went through a series of events that happened to us to keep us, I feel like it kept us on. It was a total faith trip. So it kept us on track with things. But it also was very devastating to us as well. So when we moved to Texas, and I think I was about 32 years old, I went through this experience where I got sick with, I was diagnosed, not at first, but I was diagnosed with pseudotumor cerebri with complicated migraines. What that meant for a 32-year-old was that I had to spend the next month in rehab learning how to walk, how to talk. I had to learn how to feed myself again. I was 32 years old, and I had moved to a new place where I was afraid of what people thought of us, being a single parent with 2 kids. Of course, we shouldn't live in the good area. We should go to the bad area where we could afford to live, So I didn't want people looking at us like that. I didn't want people to see that in me. I wanted them to see me as a good mother, as able to handle what I had, didn't need any help from anybody. And at the same time, dealing with the fact that we had to downsize so much, they didn't know that I had all these things because we let all that go. But remembering the most important reason was so that I could be able to focus on raising my girls. That was what was important to me. I had to learn how to let all of those other thoughts go. When we were in Texas and I was dealing with this illness, because of what I felt that other people would be thinking, I put a huge burden on my 14-year-old daughter, because whenever we would go to the emergency room, I looked like a stroke patient. I couldn't speak right. My speech was slurred, so I was very slow to talk. And they right away, because they couldn't find anything that said she's just had a stroke or she's having a heart attack, they didn't understand it. And so instead of telling me that, what they typically do with black women when they come into the emergency room, they just assumed that I was a drug addict and this was just a side effect from my high, and once I come down, I'll be okay. So instead of having this stigma on us, and it embarrassed me, it embarrassed my family, we learned how to deal with it on our own. So if ever I had an episode, we just kept the over-the-counter Tylenol PMs by my bedside and knew that I need to be put to sleep and get some rest. And in 48 hours, things should be starting to come back to normal. So surely we can keep everybody out of our business for 48 hours. But what that meant was my 14-year-old had to take on my responsibilities and help with her little sister. Not only that, she had to help me get to the bathroom. She had to help me feed me and take care of the household duties like that, while not talking to anybody about what she's going through or feeling. It would be years before I find out how that really impacted her. But the most important thing that I learned from that experience is sometimes we would rather keep holding on to our pride, which can hinder our growth. And by me being so worried about people and what they're thinking, this is what kept me from the growth. It wasn't until I learned to let go of the pride and learn how to ask for help or receive help was when I was finally able to grow from that experience. Therefore, the freedom to your breakthrough lies in the onset of learned behaviors. So how many people here have ever asked themselves, where do these behaviors or habits come from? How did you get to the point that everything needs to look perfect? That's what I had to ask myself. Why do I care so much about what people think? This becomes a good question that you need to ask yourself. And just in the past year, 2020, I have had some time to think and reflect on life, as I'm sure many of us have. And on this journey, I discovered that creating habits early on in life is what I did. A pivotal point for me was the death of my brother. At the age of 10, I was 10, he was 14. So it wasn't so much about the loss of my brother that changed me. It was more about how it happened. This was a time where I remember going through, I was gone for a 3-day weekend. He died on his birthday. I was gone for a 3-day weekend, and I remember calling to ask my mom for another day to spend the night with my friend, and he was playing the little brother game of, no, I'm not going to let her talk to you. No, I'm not going to let her talk to you. But, so my last words to my brother was, I hate you. Put mom on the phone. So, me saying those last words to him that I can never take back, that was the last, even though he knew I was joking, that was the last thing he ever heard from me. That changed me. It changed me altogether. And the sadness I experienced while watching my parents deal with losing their only son together, I remember feeling like I wish it had been me. So at least they still have my younger sister, and then they still have my brother. I remember at that moment, I figured out that I had to be the good kid so that they don't ever have to go through that kind of hurt again of losing a kid. I wanted to take on the responsibility of protecting my parents. So this past year is when I understood that my 10-year-old self had created in me that needed to protect people, especially the people that I love. I make sure that everyone else is okay, even when it meant that I wasn't. I was always watching what I had to say in fear of the last words to people. And I was always worried about what everything looks like and how everybody took things. So when you're able to identify where your habits are originated from, we can then have freedom from the unconscious feelings or actions that are formed with self-inflicted battles within you. When you're finally exhausted from the self-inflicted battles, that you start to question yourself and become, your questions that you ask yourself, they become more vital in rebuilding your personal brand. And that's what I had to do. So you learn to respect yourself. You learn to have better desires. Your perspectives and boundaries change. Your circle of people and choices of activities change. And you begin to navigate your healing from experiences leading to your breakthrough. I thank you guys for your time. I thank you for being here today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Yes. Come on. I didn't realize we had so many amazing, I did, but I didn't realize we had so many amazing dynamic speakers. And definitely, your story, listen, Cynthia, your story is amazing as well. You would never guess that you go through or have gone through the challenges that you have had to go through in regard to your health and just your personality and everything. It just exudes so much like, you know how they say you never look like what you've been through. Well, That's because she focuses on her breakthrough, right? And so make sure, guys, to plug into every single one of our speakers. Cynthia, you are absolutely incredible. And I appreciate you so much for sharing that, because some of us might even be ashamed to be in a position of sharing something of that nature. Now, I don't know how to repronounce the challenge of what that's called, that the terminology, the medical terminology. But what we will say is we're just going to call that the experience for the breakthrough. Okay. Well, listen, Angelica did not come on, so I'm just going to go ahead and do her giveaway. Again, she's giving away whoever wins this is going to get the Kick-Ass Happiness Blueprint. Okay. I went ahead and posted the direct link because some of y'all were saying the link wasn't working. So if you guys want to be able to win this giveaway, the link right here, I just posted it. I'm gonna pin it. It says forms. It's got forms on there. So I'm gonna pin it so y'all can get a chance to win this. And then the next giveaway after that, the final giveaway is going to be for the money, darling. We're going to be giving away the money, darling. Yes. Hold on. Where's my sound effects at? Where are my little sound effects? I'm giving y'all a little bit of time to fill out the form so y'all can get y'all winnings. I won't hear nobody saying they ain't get a chance to get their winnings, child. Yes.
Here comes the money.
Yes, it's all about the money. All right, y'all. So you guys are going to win some really, really cool things. Also, every single person today that joined us in this registration, we actually get, once the conference is over, I get a tally of who actually logged in and joined and stayed and watched and all of that. So I'm able to see all of those details. And those individuals who watched at least 50% of the conference, we're going to make sure that for today, you will walk away with a 3-day, 2-night hotel voucher that you can use in any one of the 50 plus states in the United States of America. It is an amazing voucher. I've actually used it myself and it is dope. So everybody that is here today that has been here for at least 50%, you guys are going to get that. Okay. Awesome. Well, everybody should have gone ahead and submitted their information. It takes 2 seconds to do. So we're going to go ahead and I put the link. So I put the new link. It's pinned right there in the chat space. So y'all need to go ahead and go to the link, darling. And for those of you who are watching us live, remember you can still register. So you can win tomorrow. You can actually register right now if you want to enter to it. I promise you when I tell you this, y'all, people are automatically disqualifying themselves because they're not here. So I guarantee it's going to be some people right now that are going to be walking away with the coinage, okay? Walking away with the coinage just because they showed up, right? And so it's a large number of people. And some of y'all are registered, but you're watching on social media. If you're watching on social media, you have to log into the software because as I've stated, y'all, we are currently broadcasting on several platforms. All of our speakers registered so that we could broadcast to, well, not all, but most of them to their social media platforms. So we're broadcasting on Facebook's several Facebook pages. We're broadcasting on YouTube pages, Twitter. We're on LinkedIn and all that stuff. Okay. So listen. We're doing big things. All right, let me go ahead and pull up this winning so we're going to go ahead and go with, and remember only the attendees. So this is being donated as well. The 400 is coming directly from myself, but all of the gifts, all of the giveaways, of course, are coming from our speakers. We're going to be giving away some HD web cameras, all types of stuff. Okay. So let's go ahead and paste in the names for this giveaway with Angelica Christie, where she's giving away the Kick-Ass Happiness Blueprint. Because we need to make sure that happiness is kicking ass. Okay. All right. Let me share my screen so y'all can see. Let me share my screen. Yes, we're cussing. So anybody that got some kids, plug their ears.
How to be able to go to the networking sessions. We actually open up the networking 1 hour before.
I put that on the wrong thing, but that's okay. All right, so let's go. Let's see here. Square. Oh, well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying. Tiandra says, I keep her smiling and laughing. I do my best. You know what I'm saying? I try to do my best. so that y'all can get some blessings. And then, of course, our speakers are just giving us that knowledge, y'all. They're just dropping it like it's hot. All right, so let's go ahead and do this spin for the win for the Kick-Ass Happiness Blueprint. LaShonda Massey. LaShonda Massey, congratulations, darling. You have won the Kick-Ass Happiness Blueprint by Angelica Christie. And so we're going to make sure that she gets your information so that she can send you this awesome guide. Congratulations again on your winnings. Okay. Let me make sure I put it right here. And now what we're going to do is we have some more speakers. So we're going to bring on another one of our amazing speakers, y'all. We're going to get straight into it. Okay. Straight into it. Y'all make sure y'all take some notes. We literally have 3 more speakers for today. I mean, it's just going by so fast. And what I want you to do, this is how you stay engaged, y'all. This is how you stay engaged, okay? Don't just stare at the screen. Don't just stare at the screen, right? What you want to do so that you can stay engaged, hold on. Because, I don't know where y'all live, but right now I'm in Houston. The sun is shining. It's a whole lot going on. We're probably distracted. Take notes. If somebody says something that's powerful, I've been seeing you guys comment in the space. Type in something if you hear something that was powerful. And guys, I want you to understand every single one of our speakers are absolutely qualified to impact your life. So type something. If you hear something, type it, because then it'll allow you to receive it even more, right? So make sure you type anything that you feel is a tweetable moment. Type that into the chat space, no matter if you're watching in the system or you're watching on social media. All right, y'all. Well, let me go ahead and bring on our next speaker. Her topic is... Uh-oh. I think it's gonna be relatable. It is... People please no more. How to pursue your best life. Let's get into it.
No one can make you feel inferior without your consent. These are words that are so eloquently spoken by Eleanor Roosevelt. In today's session, I will talk to you about why these words are so important in regards to the topic of people pleasing. You see, people pleasing happens on various levels of relationship, whether it is family relationship, romantic relationship, friendship, or professional business relationship. It's often a dangerous place to be in, and I often believe it to be synonymous with the term codependence. You see, when a person is experiencing some level of codependence, or they exhibit some traits of codependence, they are functioning on the behaviors of others, thinking of the others' processes so that they can feel needed. They don't move on their own. Their thoughts are not their own. Their thoughts are based off of what others are wanting to do and wanting to accomplish. Hey, I'm Jovan Walker, and I can honestly say that I'm overcoming people pleasing. You see, I started to realize that I had some level of people pleasing when I got to the place where I was tired of being selfless for other people, tired of being selfless in friendship, tired of being selfless in family, tired of being selfless in job opportunity, work environment, just tired. But what I found out was this selfless was really that I was not taking care of myself. So how did I figure out that I was tired of being selfless? How did I figure out that I was tired of doing this? I kept feeling like I was giving so much but not receiving anything in return. I kept saying like, I'm giving my time, I'm giving my energy, I'm giving my resources, I'm almost practically giving my financial estate away to people, but at the same time, I'm not getting anything in return. So I started to assess some things, And it came about that I realized the root of this problem. You see, when it comes to codependence, there's this whole bonding, of tying of things. And as I looked back, I started to see at the age of 11, we moved from Ohio to Georgia, from the Midwest to the South. And at the same time, this same particular year that we moved, my mother decided to homeschool me. Now, when you think about this, I'm leaving a place where I know I'm comfortable. I know a number of people. I have connections. I have friendships. I have relationships. But then I go somewhere brand new, a different culture. And on top of that, I'm not immersed into a new school. So I'm not getting the bonding, the binding of relationship, connection, and at times kind of feel awkward in conversation, kind of feel a little bit uneasy, insecure, if you will, in terms of how I approach people and how I approach various things as it relates to building relationship. So the time that I lived in this particular area, 6 years of my life to be exact, I did not really grow any type of real connection. I mean, I had associates, but I didn't have real friends with these bonds and these ties that you often see many adolescents experience. It wasn't until I went to college and then even into my adulthood where I started to build those ties and build those relationships, because I was immersed into an environment that caused me to really delve into relationship. However, because I was not fully secure in myself and didn't really have that security needed in my adolescent years, I often put myself in positions where I was only in the relationship to appease the other person. I was building friendship based off of other people's needs and not necessarily my own. Yeah, we had some similarities, but it was always, what do you think about this? How should I do this? How do I do that? Living my life off of other people. And honestly, I got tired of that. That even followed me into my entrepreneurial journey. When I first stepped out of corporate America and into full-time entrepreneurship, I found myself in a place where I was often people pleasing. I couldn't figure out who I really wanted to work with, but I wanted to do marketing. I wanted to help this person. They were like, hey, can you help me? Yeah, I can help you. I can take care of that need. I wanted to feel needed. I wanted to feel that my value could influence someone else. Now, there's nothing wrong to know that your value can influence someone else, but the simple facts that my goals were based off of other people's needs. I would change my prices often. Wasn't sticking to the right price code, price sheet that I had because I was trying to appease other people. So hey, I can't afford that. Okay, let me see what I can do for you. And really dummy down my pricing in particular. I realized I was giving people consent to how I was being controlled by their actions. It was a dangerous place. Feeling like this, going day in and day out and trying to figure out, like, why do I have this hole? Why do I have this hole? Seeing how I experience life now has helped me to assess who I should be. Now, I am faith-based and I am definitely in love with God. And one thing that I learned over these past few years is the importance of embracing my true identity. You see, one thing when it comes to people pleasing is the simple fact that we don't always embrace our true identity. We don't always understand who we are. We don't accept ourselves. We don't value our own time. We don't become our best friend. We don't value what we can do. But we're focused so much on other people that we put ourselves on the back burner. And so when I began to really assess this, I began to really read the scriptures and see that when God created each and every one of us, he created us to be good and to do things in his image and after his likeness, knowing that his image and his likeness included love, patience, forgiveness, meekness, self-control, self-care. Once I realized that with him, I was filled with all of these things, I started embracing that. I started affirming myself to live better, to do better, to experience more, because I realized for years I had put my own interest on the back burner just to satisfy other people. I had put my own desires on the back burner just to satisfy other people. I had put my business goals on the back burner just to satisfy other people. How many of you can actually say that you have put yourself on the back burner? How many of you can actually say that you have found yourself in a place where you did not feel as if you were enough? How many of you can actually say that you have hindered your own process from experiencing more? You see, I did. I realized I hindered my process. I was so focused on everybody else that I just completely forgot about the Jovan Siloam Walker that I was created to be. And once I began to see who I was and how I can be who God has designed for me to be, it's helped me to propel my business, to move my business forward, to move my relationships forward, to move my life forward. The biggest things that I can say, the three biggest things that I can say will help you to overcome people pleasing is true identity and acceptance of yourself. Is time value, recognizing that your time is worth something. And it is consistency to be the best you that you can be. Now, I'll leave you with this question. If you don't do anything for yourself, who will? Take a moment to just let that sink in and examine what areas in your life you can propel, move forward, progress, and experience all that is for you. I'm Jovan Walker, and I'm so glad that you have tuned in today to hear this message. If you would like to follow me, please go to www.jovanswalker.com for an amazing free offer. Have a great and prosperous day.
Listen, Jovan, honey, when I say she was dropping so many nuggets, okay? The people pleasing, honey, I used to be that girl too. You know, oh, somebody can't afford it. I try to lower my prices. I was like, ooh, I wanted to throw my shoe at you when you said that. And then also talking about the who, right? Who are you going to be working with? And it's, in fact, who, not how. There's a book that I'm reading right now called Who, Not How. Who, Not How. I'm pretty sure you probably already read that book. But Who, Not How, guys, it is teaching me so much about really respecting the value that I have and respecting my time and learning how to leverage and utilize other people. But being a people pleaser, I'm going to tell you this, that right there, that can cause you a whole lot of headaches. So thank you so much for that value. Thank you so much for that training. Jovan, you are the bomb.com. That's how you do it. Well, listen, y'all, we've got 2 more speakers and then we're doing the giveaway. Make sure you are following every single one of our speakers on social media. And also, if you want to be entered, you have to be following yours truly for the $100 giveaway. We're going to do 2 of them. Every single person that is registered that actually showed up today, at least 50% of the training, will get a free hotel voucher. Tomorrow, we're going to be giving away another voucher. And on Monday, we're going to give away another voucher. And Monday is the day of workshops. This is where you're going to actually get to go into a private room with each one of the speakers that you so choose and learn directly from them. And we will be sending out the schedule for Monday night, okay, so that you can know what speakers are speaking and what their topics are at what time for all of the registrants, okay? Now, if you are not registered for the conference, you cannot attend the workshops, okay? Because the workshops, Those are where they're gonna roll their sleeves up, y'all. They've promised that they're gonna give me the value. Oh, by the way, Jovan, I gotta ask you a question, girl. Where did you get that that lipstick from, honey? Because that looked like it was red velvet. Okay, was anybody else looking like that lipstick looked good, child? You was beat for the gods. Okay, that's how they do it. Well, listen, I'm so excited to bring on another one of these young ladies who I've actually worked with for several different projects, and she is all about holistic health. Her story is impeccable on the reason why she got into holistic health. So her title, y'all, is 7 Healing Herbs for Holistic Whole Body Wholeness. 7 healing, 7. So y'all get y'all pen and pad out, because she about to give y'all some more tea. Let's get into it. Jendai.
Hi guys, my name is Jendai A. Stafford, and I'm so excited to be speaking to you all at this conference. I'm going to be talking about the 7 healing herbs that are used for holistic whole body wellness. And so before I jump into the content, I want to kind of just give you guys a little snippet about who I am and why topics like this are important to me. So again, you guys know my name, Jendai A. Stafford. I am a 100% disabled, medically retired Navy veteran. I was medically retired from the Navy back in 2014 when I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, fibromyalgia, Raynaud's disease, anxiety, PTSD, insomnia. The list kind of goes on and on. And so what I do now is I do holistic whole body care coaching, which is a trademarked thing. It came about from doing my own personal work. And so when I got out of the military, I was on over 10 different medication. I was really loopy. The first year out of the military, that last year kind of in the military, I really don't have a lot of memories from that, just because I was so drugged up out of my mind. And so I know for me personally, like I've never been a big like medication individual. So I'm never like one of those people who's like, oh yeah, okay, like I have a headache, I need to take some medicine. Or, oh, like I my stomach hurts, I need to take some medicine. That was never me, right? And so I knew that I did not want to live the rest of my life like this. I wasn't even 30 years old when I was medically retired. And here I wasn't able to walk. I was in a wheelchair. By the time I was able to walk, I needed assistance. So I was walking with 2 canes or crutches, and it was just not being 30, that was not the life I wanted to live. And so I knew right then and there, after living that kind of way for 3 years, I was like, I cannot do this anymore. And so what I did was I started doing training and education and certifications and degrees on how to heal my body naturally using the things that God gave us on this earth, using nature, right? And so I learned all these things. I got it all together, and I was like, not all together, but I got it together. I started researching and learning, and I was like, there are so many things. And when you look at the just like the properties of the medications, some of these medications, like they start off like with a base that comes from nature. And so we know that nature heals. And so that's what I'm here to talk to you guys about today. So I'm here to talk to you about 7 different healing herbs that can be used to help you with whole body health and wellness. So the first herb I'm going to talk about is called chamomile or chamomile, right? Tomato. We know it can be used as a tea. It can also be used as a tincture. A tincture is just a liquid that you make at home. You can do that yourself. And if you want to find out how, you can always contact me. I'll give you the contact information at the end. But chamomile tea, it is a sedative. It has calming properties about it. It's a daisy-like flower, and one of the ways that you can tell the difference between chamomile and a daisy is if you pick one, you kind of rub it in your hands to break it apart. It actually has kind of a fruity scent to it. It can be, again, consumed as a tincture or tea. This is really good for insomnia, muscle tension, because again, it is a sedative, right? It has relaxing properties to it. A lot of times you'll see people drink chamomile tea. If you're a fan of tea, the sleepy time tea has chamomile in it. And this is also good because of its sedative properties. It's also good for asthma, bronchitis, coughs, things like that. So what it does is it helps to relax your breathing airways and help to break up that phlegm inside, right? So that is one of the 7. Again, it's chamomile tea. The other one is dill, right? So dill is it's an herb that really isn't either you use it or you don't, right? Hopefully these things that I mentioned here today, the 7 healing herbs, these should be things, at least a couple of these things you should have, I think can be found in most pantries. So dill. We know dill can be used with, it's a culinary herb mostly. So we know that it can be used in the creation of tartar sauce. So we find dill used in fish. Sometimes when people cook fish like salmon or tilapia, they'll put dill on that. And then of course, dill pickles, right? Who's not a fan of pickles? And so these, with the dill, you can use the seeds, you can use the flower, the stem, like the whole entire thing is edible. And you can also find dill as an essential oil. So yes, it is a culinary herb, but you can also use it as an essential oil. It is good for, this is such a good herb for women particularly. It helps with menstrual cramps, and then it also helps with nursing. So it helps with your milk flow production. So if you are having issues with creating milk, enough milk for your little one, or you're having like a lot of blockage or anything like that in the breast ducts, dill is very helpful for that. The next one, so we talked about chamomile and we talked about dill. The next herb that I'm going to talk about is fennel. So again, like the dill, this is one that the whole plant is edible. So the stem, the seeds, the leaves, the flower, the whole thing. And fennel, you can find use the seeds as a seasoning. This is one that is not, I feel like if you cook with it, then you know fennel, but if not, you can, like one of the good ways to use fennel is also as an essential oil. That's how I typically use it because I don't cook with it. I think my mom cooks with it. I think I've seen it in her cupboards. I don't use anything or cook anything that has fennel in it. So the best way that me and my family use it is as an essential oil. This is really good for, it's a, how do I want to say this? It's a really good, like natural detox, right? So it helps with urinary tract infections. It helps with kidney stones. Again, it's like a natural detox and diuretic. So it helps to detox your body of naturally and safely, right? I may add, not all detoxes are created the same. Fennel is a natural detox, so it helps to get things out of your body naturally via your urine, right? Because it's also good for UTIs and kidney stones. So this is using your body's natural filtration system. It's also good for sore throats and a number of other things, but those are just some of the major things that are really good when it comes to your whole body health, because you know, every once in a while, it's really good to give your body a full detox flush. And I mean, naturally, I don't personally recommend going out and getting like, you know, all the store-bought kind of detoxes. They're not necessarily safe for your body. Sometimes some of these detoxes flush out the good and the bad in your gut and in your intestinal lining. And so that's why I always say, like, try things like lemon water or fennel, right? So the next herb I'm going to talk about is oregano. That's also a culinary herb, and it's used in food, right? So culinary, so it's used to flavor your foods. It can be found in teas. You can make a tincture from it, which is just like a potent liquid, right? Not quite essential oil potent. They're created differently. And then you can use oregano as an essential oil, right? Which is typically, if I'm not seasoning my food like spaghetti or something with it, then I'm definitely using the oil. Very strong. And it's really good because oregano actually contains vitamin A and C, which are really good things that your body needs. It stimulates your metabolism and it helps with a weight loss. So if you're looking to kind of help jumpstart a weight loss, or you're looking to kind of rev up your metabolism again, oregano is really good for that. It also helps to speed up your recovery and prevent illness, and it's also really great anti-inflammatory. So this is something that I use, particularly I will add it to my teas or make sure that I add it to my food when I feel like I have some inflammation in my joints or anything like that coming on. That's when I use it. So again, we've talked about the chamomile, the dill, the fennel, oregano. That's the four. So now we're going to talk about the last three herbs that are good for whole body healing. Rosemary. So this is one that's really good. Again, it's a cooking herb, and you can use all of the plant. I use this typically, again, if I'm not using it in my spaghetti, it's typically what I use it in when I'm seasoning spaghetti. But rosemary is also a good essential oil that can be used. It helps to improve your brain function, cognition, memory. It's a neuroprotective, so it's going to help protect your brain against free radicals and early degeneration, right? And deterioration, which is when you start having that in your brain, that's when you start having Alzheimer's, dementia, things like that. So rosemary helps with that. It also helps with circulatory problems. So I mentioned earlier that I have Raynaud's disease. And so people aren't really familiar with that. Raynaud's disease is when I have really bad circulation, particularly in my hands and my feet. And so there's times when my hands will be absolutely blue. The nail beds will look blue, gray. And it's just like the rest of my body could be warm, really hot, but my hands, they will be ice cold. And so that comes from poor circulation. And so there's a lot of chronic illnesses and chronic diseases that deal with poor circulation as a result of those diseases. And so rosemary is really good with helping to get the circulation, helping to deal with the circulation issues. It's also really good for hair loss. So if you are experiencing any thinning out of your hair, particularly individuals, I've heard from some individuals who I know who personally who have had COVID, they don't know for sure if it's a result of having COVID or if it's a result of the medication that was given to them. If it was given, they think it's just the COVID in general, because not every individual I know had medication prescribed. But COVID seems to be giving people hair loss. People can be suffering from hair loss, which seems to be a common, I guess, side effect, if you will. And so, again, that has to do with poor circulation, right? Your hair follicles aren't getting the blood and things that they need to them. And so the circulation gets cut off and falls out at the root. And so that's when you're getting the thinning of hair. And so rosemary is really good, again, with the circulation. So it helps with the hair loss. The next herb that we're going to move on to is sage. This is also a culinary herb, which is really good. And sage is one of those things, I know that people are like, oh yeah, I burned the sage. Well, you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because when you're inhaling the aroma from the sage, that's actually, you know, doing good for you. Sage is, again, a culinary herb. It's something I cook with, or you can use the essential oil of it. And so we know that with the essential oils, you can do it aromatically. So people who burn sage for whatever reason that you burn it, it's really good when you're inhaling it as well. Don't go sniffing directly in the smoke. Smoke is still not good for you. So the sage is really good for both men and women when it comes to balancing your hormones. So we know your hormones can get all over the place, particularly based on what you eat, right? If your diet has a lot to do with your mood. And so sage is actually one of those things that helps to balance out your hormones. And again, this is not just for women, this is also for men that it helps. And it helps with hair growth. So if you're experiencing any kind of side effect as far as hair loss with COVID, if you've had COVID or any medication, any illness, chronic illness or chronic disease that is causing you to lose your hair, outside of alopecia, because I don't particularly know if this would work for that. But if you are experiencing hair loss or thinning or anything like that, use your rosemary, because it's going to help with the circulation. It helps with the hair loss, but then to help grow your hair back out, you want to help use the sage. So that's really good for that. The last herb that I'm going to talk about is thyme. This again is a culinary herb, but it can also be used in teas. And I feel like, again, unless you're like a chef or anything, like I feel like my family, we never used thyme much. You know, basic quick meals, family of 5, 3 kids, so kind of, they're not picky for real, but they're kind of picky. So, you know, thyme is not one of those things that was in my cabinet. Again, this is something that we use the essential oil for, because you can use it aromatically, you can rub it in and be just fine. or again, you can drink it in a tea, right? So there's some teas that have thyme in it. And so thyme is really good because it helps to boost your immune system. And we know that with everything going on, and we're still like kind of in that cold and flu season, and the weather's been really wonky. You know, places are getting snow and freezing temperatures, right? Texas, you know, you guys got weather that you just were not prepared for and had never seen, never dealt with before. And so we know that with the cold weather, there's still that cold and flu season. And with the cold and flu season, there also, you know, some of the research that's coming out is saying that COVID appears to be along the lines of the same kind of seasonal, you know, bursts of it during cold and flu season. So it's cold, flu, and COVID season. So in order to keep your immune system boosted, thyme is really good for that. The other thing that it really helps with is it helps to prevent seizures. So not only does it help to prevent seizures, but it also helps to treat seizures. So, excuse me, it is, there's a ton of research on it like that, that shows how effective it is in the prevention and treatment of seizures. So if you know anybody who has seizures or anything like that, I would definitely, you know, consult with your doctor, see how you can add thyme to your medication regimen. And as always, like when we're talking about herbs, yes, they're natural, but there can be side effects when mixing natural herbs or essential oils or things like that with your existing medication regimen. So you always want to talk to not just a professional, not just an herbalist as far as like professionals go. You don't want to just talk to an herbalist or your nutritionist or anybody like that. Like you also want to consult, if you are on medication currently, you also want to consult your primary care physician because they know the medications you're on. And again, there can be side effects. And so it's always, always, always important to be careful, to be safe, do your research. But again, we have the chamomile, dill, fennel, oregano, rosemary, and thyme. And there's sage. Sage is the other one. So I really hope that you guys got a lot of good information. I hope you learned something new. Then I hope that these are some things that you have in your cabinet currently and that you can experiment with or just add to your diet to help with, you know, any of the number of things. And the things that I listed, the properties of each of these herbs, it's not just inclusive to just that. So these herbs have a ton of other properties that go along with it that, you know, are outside of what I spoke on. I just, you know, time is of the essence. If you want to learn more about healing herbs or holistic whole body care programs that we have at Mission Counseling and Consulting, which is the company that we own, if you want to know more information, then please feel free to reach out. I love sharing this stuff. If I could talk longer than 20 minutes, I absolutely would. You'd probably say, you know what, I will pay you just to stop talking. So if you want to know more about healing herbs or anything that has to do with holistic whole body health, then please reach out to me. Again, I get it. I've been there. I've done that. I am now, you know, medication free. I have learned how to use nature, you know, to help heal my body. Like these 7 herbs that I was speaking about, these are the things that I use in my daily, weekly regimens. Like I use these things, right? I use as needed. Some of these things I use daily along with other things. And that's what has helped to keep me medication free and to manage my rheumatoid arthritis and the other chronic diseases and illnesses that I have personally dealt with, along with mental health, right? So mental illnesses that I've had to deal with personally, these are the things that I've done. So I've used nature to help heal myself from that. And so if that is you, if you are suffering from a chronic illness, a chronic disease, any kind of mental illness, then please reach out to me. You can find me on Instagram at DCBaby_VA Lady. You can find me on Facebook at Jendai A. Stafford. You can also go to jendaiastafford.com, and that's where you can find me and schedule an appointment with me. I would love to talk to you further about this, and I would love to just, you know, I love to educate, I love to train, I love to teach anything that I can to help better your quality of life and your health, right? We only have one temple, one life, we get one shot, right? So we need to do everything that we can to take care of ourselves and to keep ourselves healthy so that we can, participate in life. We don't want to just be a bystander of life. We don't want to just watch it pass us by and we, completely had nothing to do with it. We want to be active participants in life. And you can do that by, preventing chronic illness, preventing chronic disease. These are completely preventable. And so we would love to help teach you and educate you on how to prevent them further. So again, you can reach out to me. It's on Facebook. I'm Jendai A. Stafford. That's JenDayiAStafford. You can find me on LinkedIn is the same, Jendai A. Stafford. Go to JendaiAStafford.com and make sure you follow your girl at DCBaby_VA Lady. It's been such a pleasure, and I can't wait to talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Listen, Jendai knows that she lays it down with the information. She knows about all the herbs, y'all. So I am so happy. I was sitting there. I was like, oh, okay. Cause a lot of the stuff that she was sharing, like many of us might even have it in our cabinets. I know I've got sage all up in the house, y'all. And it's so funny cause I do like the smell of sage. I think that's why I like it. Cause I like incense too. And so I'll do incense and sage. But then she was talking about the chamomile and the thyme. How do you say it? Thyme? Something like that. Well, I will tell you that this is not just something that she plays around with. This is actually her business. And I think it's so important because she definitely makes sure that she learns more and more when it comes to these natural products, natural herbs, and especially this day and age, y'all. We've got to do what we can. And the truth is, I've always been told, and I can't remember exactly where I learned this from, but God created our bodies to be able to heal themselves. What keeps us from being able to heal ourselves is the things that we put in our body. Right? And so the toxins that we put in our body. And so we have to be able to replenish those. And who was that earlier that was talking about our cells and stuff? I feel like that was either Candy or Cynthia. And I think one of you guys were talking about how our cells replenish and stuff like that. Yeah, well, the only way that they can do that is by the things that we actually put into our body. So thank you so much to Jendai for always just bringing the knowledge, bringing the value, bringing the training. Well, y'all, again, we are live right now. So we are literally live. So we are broadcasting all over the place. I want y'all to understand I'm live right now. So right now it is Saturday, March 20th. It is 1:48 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are live. Okay. Our speakers are live here that you can see our speakers in the chat space. We're live. So we're about to live give away some money. Okay. But before we give away this money, first of all, let me just go ahead and post the link. Here's the link right here. And guess what? I'm going to do the giveaway because it's coming straight out of my pocket. This is for everyone, speakers and attendees. Everybody can submit if you want to win $100. Cash App. Number 1, you must be registered. Number 2, you must follow me. And then here's the third caveat. You must go to my Instagram right now. There's a post because sharing is caring. Let me tell you something that's hindering many of us in the space of speaking, coaching, in the space of, entrepreneurship is lack mentality. And if we've been taught that a long time ago, you know what lack mentality? Lack mentality is when people say stuff like, don't tell nobody your dreams and stuff like that because they'll steal it from you. That is lack mentality. First of all, what? You know how many times I share out loud and tell y'all stuff I'm doing? How many times I told y'all I'm coming out with my own wine? Well, your girl got her own wine being delivered on Monday. Okay, on Monday. So I have a wine that's coming out. Yes, honey. And the name of my wine, well, you guys will just have to wait to see the wine. But it's coming out. But I don't got no lack mentality. I'm going to tell y'all whatever I'm doing because I already know the majority of most people ain't going to be willing to do it. And nobody can be you. Nobody can duplicate you. Nobody can do you better than you do you, right? And so one of the things that we have to learn how to do together, is we got to learn how to work together. We got to learn how to work together. We got to learn how to work together. We got to learn. I'm not saying be clicked up. I'm not saying build cliques of people that's who you work with. That's the only people you work with. I'm not saying that. I'm saying learn how to work together. You just heard so many speakers right now. And I hope that you also were thinking not just who was great, but who can I partner with? Who can we go and do some events together with? Who is somebody that's providing a service that my clients can also benefit from? We got to learn to work together. So this is how you work together. If you want to win this money, You need to go to my Instagram, and I hope y'all know how to do it. You got to repost my latest post that's talking about the conference to your timeline, but it's only on Instagram. You must repost my latest post to your timeline, but it's only on Instagram. Now, what is the benefit of me doing something like that? Well, I'm literally paying $400 for y'all to repost to your timeline. So this is a little bit of teaching you marketing. So I'm teaching you some marketing techniques. Marketing costs money, right? So for example, we might even have some people here that want to give away some money, some speakers, right? I'm not putting y'all on blast. I'm just saying, but a great way to do that is contribute some money back into the marketing, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to go to my Instagram and repost, not to your story, because Insta story don't count. If it's not on your timeline, I don't want no 24-hour post. Listen, we be thinking we slick trying to just share stuff to our Insta story because we don't want to, it's just the lack mentality. And I believe. Now, granted, will it mean that sometimes it could take a little longer? Maybe so. I don't know. But I believe we are building a stronger foundation, not one that will easily crumble, not one that will leave us by ourselves, but one that will leave us in abundance. And when you're creating an oak tree, when an oak tree is growing, it doesn't grow overnight. An oak tree, though, when it finally gets to its full size, it can live for thousands of years. Maybe not thousands, but hundreds of years, okay? It might be that. I got to look up the number. I think it can live for a long, long time, right? It can live, well, not thousands, so hundreds of years, because it's only 2021. So it can live for hundreds of years. But guess what also an oak tree does? Even though it takes a long time for an oak tree to grow, it also produces seeds that then germinate and build other oak trees. See, these people out here be building shrubs. We're not building shrubs. We're building oak trees. And with oak trees, it takes time, but we must be willing to work together. What if an oak tree never produced another seed? Nothing else would grow. A seed is needed, and then the seed must go into fertile ground. Okay? So I ain't gonna get into all of that. I'm gonna keep it slim because we about to get into our last speaker. And if you don't have Cash App, you can just sign up for your Cash App right now. It takes a minute to set it up. Y'all don't want no money, you ain't got no money. I'm doing a Cash App. That's how I'm doing it. Okay, so if y'all don't want it, that's fine. But you can set up a Cash App, and this is the only time I ever use Cash App is if I'm giving my mama some money, I Cash Apps her, or if I'm doing a giveaway, because it's just easy to do, and I don't technically really write these off, but it takes 2 minutes to get a Cash App. Okay, keep in mind I will not send it until tomorrow because I want to make sure that you repost that post and you leave it on your timeline. I'm not playing with y'all because we got to learn that when we work together, we grow together. Won't he do it? Amen. Set up a new one. I had 2 Cash Apps. Come on, y'all. Like, for real. Stop. Set up a new one. Okay? Go and get you a Google Voice or something like that. Set it up. Download it. Get a new Cash App. Something like that. So you can get your money. All right. We about to do this giveaway. This is the link. Y'all go ahead and put y'all information in. Also, you better had networked. We're going to have 2 people are going to win $100 after this last keynote speaker. And then guess what we're going to do? We're going to do final networking for today. We will be back tomorrow. I'll explain to you how tomorrow will work. I'm giving away another $200 on tomorrow as well. Y'all, and tomorrow, though, you need to, if you want to win the money, the requirement for tomorrow is that you've invited at least 2 people to come with you. Okay, so I don't know who gonna win or who gonna qualify, but you need to invite 2 people to come with you, and they need to show up. So I'm just saying, think about some of the people that you want to do it, right? And Cash App is a worldwide app. I've sent Cash App money to people to Africa. I've sent Cash App to people in Europe. I've sent Cash App. So come on, y'all. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get ready for our final guest speaker, our keynote speaker of today. We have 2 keynotes. We have another one that's going to be speaking on tomorrow. And I wanted to specifically invite some men that I know that have had I personally know they've gone through some breakthroughs. They've had challenges that they've dealt with in their lives as well. And I wanted them to come up here and educate. Now, of course, most men I know, they're going to get straight into teaching you how to do some stuff. And so this gentleman, he is known as the Happy Entrepreneur. But what's crazy is that even though he is known as the Happy Entrepreneur, He ain't always had situations in his life for him to be as jolly as he surely is. Every single time I talk to him on the phone, I have never been on the phone with him without him sounding like he is smiling through the other end. And he is now teaching individuals like yourself how to create a sales team. So y'all, you need to get your pen and paper. You need to get your pen and paper. You need to get your pen and paper. Yes, speakers actually can submit their information to win. I'm not going to repeat it. And that's all I got to say. All right, let's bring on our guest keynoter of the day. None other. Let me get the applause going. Mr. Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and our company is Sales Team Guru. And I want to welcome you to this conversation we're going to have, which is how to build a 7-figure sales team. And we have one mission. Yes, one mission. And that mission is to make sure that we're able to give you all of the revenue. The revenue. If you're out there right now and you're an entrepreneur, say revenue. No, seriously, say revenue right now. Our number one mission right now is to make sure you get all of the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions that you have. This is what how to build a 7-figure sales team is all about. It's not about the money. It really isn't. But it's about making sure that you have the revenue that's necessary to execute 3 visions. First, the vision for yourself. I know there's a certain way that you want to live. I know there's a certain home that you want to be in. I know right now there's certain clothes that you want to wear. There's even a certain food. I know it's organic. And it's going to take some resources, which means you need some revenue. And that's what the 7-figure sales team is going to help you do. Yes, I know. For others of you, you have a vision for your loved ones. You want to send your kids to a school of your choice. I get it. You want to write a check for someone's healthcare insurance or write a check for a cause that you believe in. I have the benefit of taking care of Mother Dear. She's still here. She's 74 years old at the time of this recording. And it's a blessing to be able to make sure that I can help her get what she needs and what she wants. And some of you are like me. It takes resources. That means it takes revenue. And let me tell you the third. I'm going to get into some good stuff. Don't worry. But I believe there's a third vision you have. You have a vision for the people you were called to serve right now. And the only way you can execute that vision is to have the resources. And I always start with the story of Noah in the Bible. And you don't have to be a believer. You don't. Don't worry. I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team. But if you're out there right now, I want you to know it's much bigger than that. So imagine you're Noah, whether you're a believer or not. I'm not going to impose my faith on you. And you tell yourself, you know what? I'm ready to get going. And before you get going, there's a knock at the door. And someone says, hey, Noah, I'm sorry to report over here, but there's no hammers in the house. You say, no worries, no big deal. I got all the experience. I got all the expertise. God's given me everything I need. And then there's another knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? No, I might report there are no nails either. No hammer, no nails. I'm okay. Rule number 1, don't panic. Oh my gosh, there's that third knock at the door. The third knock at the door, you know what that means. That means that ain't good news. Hey, Noah, I might as well let you know there are no people. And by the way, there are no wood. Good luck on this mission. And that's you. You're tired of that. You're like, oh my gosh, Shay, if I just had the resources, I could execute the vision I have for the people I was called to serve. Well, your prayers have been answered, not because of me. It's not about Shay Brown. I promise you. It's not about Shay Brown at all, but it's all about you and how to build a 7-figure sales team. So for some of you who are tuning in for the very first time and you just meet me, don't worry, by the way. My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. I'm super excited, but it's not about me. Although I'm here, it's not about me. It's all about you. And I do want to lay something on you that selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will help you solve any business problem. So we're going to talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team, because right now you're like, Shay, I need a new website. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to hire a personal assistant. It takes revenue. Shay, I need to make sure I can hire a tech team. It takes revenue. Shay, I need someone to do all of my marketing. I need a coach. I need a firm. It takes revenue. Selling will solve any business problem. You need a new computer right now, or you need you need a new webcam or a new camera? Selling will solve any business problem. Go ahead and jot that down in your notes right now. Selling will solve any business problem. And here's what I want you to know as we get started. All roads in business, everything you're doing right now, everything you're doing leads to a professional sales conversation. So we talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team. Yeah, it's going to help you generate revenue. I get that. And yeah, it's going to help you get the resources you need. I get that. And yeah, your family's going to live the way you always wanted them to live. But all of your marketing leads to a professional sales presentation. All your Facebook ads lead to a professional sales conversation. All of your webinars and masterclasses lead to a professional sales presentation. All of your technology leads to a professional sales presentation. Everyone jot this down in your notes. All roads in business lead to one place and one place only. And where does that one place lead? They all lead to professional sales conversation. So this conversation that we're having right now, this conversation is for you right now. If you're out there, you're like, you know what, Shay? I want to make sure I'm at the right place. If you hate sales, this conversation's for you. Although you got to do all the sales right now, you hate it. You pay attention. If you don't sell right now because you're a full-time entrepreneur, you don't eat. This conversation is for you. If you're just tired of talking to unqualified leads, like Shay, if I got to talk to one more person that don't have the money, that don't have the time, that not sure if they don't want to do it, I'm so frustrated. I could be doing something else with my time, then this conversation is for you. Or maybe, as you're listening right now, you just have a vision for the people you were called to serve. If that's you right now, then I'm going to introduce you to the 4S formula, and then we're going to get started. Don't worry, I'm going to share everything that you need. I'm going to help you out, but jot this in your notes. Write this down right now. Take a picture of this. If you don't do anything else, put this in your notes. This is my philosophy. It's what drives our company, and that is systems beat goals every single time. Put that in your notes. I don't want you to miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. Shay, why is that? Because systems are duplicatable. Systems are repeatable. Systems are something you can hand off to someone else to do the work. And you think about it. If you're lacking revenue right now, it's because of your lead generation systems. There's not enough qualified folks coming in. Someone say hello. Someone say, Shay, I hear you. If right now there's not enough revenue, it's because you have a system to have the right team in place to get it done. Someone say, Shay, that's me. Or maybe right now as you're listening, you've gone to all the seminars. You watched all of the webinars. You've been to all the masterclasses. In fact, you're tuning in, but yet there's no system to bring in predictable, reliable, consistent revenue because you got to do all the work and you're tired of that. If that's you, that's you. I want you to jot down your notes right now with every fiber in my body. I want you to hear me. I want you to hear me. Listen very carefully that systems beat goals every single time. So let me give you the 4S formula. Then we're going to get going. The 4S formula. Take a picture of this right now. S plus S plus S equals S. I want you to get this. I want you to get this. Let me give you a system. So it's systems plus strategy plus sales equals a successful CEO. Shay, break that thing down for me real quick if you can. I only got so much time, but I'm going to help you build a 7-figure sales team. But first, I want to make sure you have revenue. What is a system? It's a set of detailed methods or procedures of what you're doing on a continuous basis in order to generate revenue. Sales team is a system. Now, if you didn't come to this call, you didn't show up at this webinar, you didn't show up at this masterclass, you didn't show up at this summit, if you didn't show up with just that one idea that I need a sales team, then I want you to know that a sales team is the system to generate the revenue you need. What is a strategy? We'll talk about that later. That's the evergreen revenue model. The evergreen revenue model is how do you do something one time and your labor's no longer involved. And that's what a sales team allows you to do. Yeah, there's an evergreen prospecting sequence. I get it. There's an evergreen engagement sequence. You got to engage your clients. I get it. There's an evergreen sales system. I get that. But at the end of the day, that's the model that drives everything. That's the strategy that you put into the system. We'll get into that. I don't have time right now. Then what is sales? Jay, you're talking about I need a sales team. Can you break down your definition of sales so we all have the same philosophy? Sales is a source that provides the revenue to purchase the resources that are necessary to execute the vision for yourself. Did I start off that way? The vision for your loved ones. Did I start off that way? And the vision for the people you were called to serve. So Shay, if you're talking about that and you're going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team, I'm feeling you. I'm smelling what you're cooking in the kitchen over here. I'm with you all the way. But Shay, what is a successful CEO? Can you break that thing down for me? Sure. A successful CEO, this is you, has more cash flow, has more profits, and has more freedom to spend time with the loved ones to do the things they really want to do. So right now, if you don't have any freedom because you're working all these hours, then I want you to pay attention. If you're someone that don't have the revenue, because if you don't be there, you can't stop to go to your daughter's recital. You can't go to your son's football game. You can't even right now go to the doctor without having your phone like this. Then you need a system. You need a sales team. You need someone to help generate revenue. See, a successful CEO has more cash flow. That's money coming in, more profits than money going out, and they got the freedom. If that's you, I want you to use a daily affirmation I shared with one of my clients and create the greatest breakthrough for them. I only got so much time, but I'm going to teach you how to build a 7-figure sales team. But jot this down in your notes. I am a successful CEO. Don't worry about being an entrepreneur. Don't worry about being a faithpreneur. Don't worry about being a happypreneur. Don't worry about being a mompreneur. You be a successful CEO. When you signed those papers down there at the courthouse, or you went online and you came a business, a successful CEO is who you are. Put down, I am a successful CEO, because systems beat goals every single time. Jot that down in your notes. Please don't miss that. Systems beat goals every single time. I'm going to say that one more time. And please, if you're out there right now, I want you to jot this down in your notes. I don't want you to miss this. I want you to put this in your notes right now. Systems beat goals every single time. I am a successful CEO. Say it loud. I am a successful CEO. Say it one more time for me. I am a successful CEO. Here's what I'm going to do for all of you out there. I'm going to give you a free gift. It's my gift to you. And I'm going to get into how to build a 7-figure sales team right now. But I'm sensing some of you just want the playbook on how to put together the right system so you can not have to take any notes. Because I'm about to go rapid fire, okay? You don't want to worry about taking notes. Text the word team right now. Text the word, get your mobile number. I'm only doing this. Get your mobile number out right now. Text the word team. I'm going to give you the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series I did, because I only got so much time on how to build a 7-figure sales team. I'm going to give you the how to build a 7-figure sales team challenge. So I'm going to work with you for 5 days and help you build your team. And then for some of you, I'm going to do a one-on-one customized session with me or one of my certified representatives. So here's what you're doing. Let me give you the instructions, and then we got to go rapid fire. Number 1. Text the word team right now. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Let me give it again. Text the word team to 202-270-1662. Now, when you text, do it right now. Do it now. When now? When now? Now is the time. When you do it now. Include your first name so I know who you are. Include your last name so I know who you are. Include your best contact number. Now, you only texting team because you're ready to have a sales team. And put your best contact number and email. For some of you, we're going to just text it right to you. You can click a link. Some of you love to do it right on your phone. Others of you, you still want an email coming to you. I get it. So we'll send an email as well, because you might not be able to save it to your phone. Been there, done that. But here's my promise to you. It'll create a breakthrough. Now, I'm going to give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team right now. And I'm going to go rapid fire. I only got so much time, but if you're out there right now, you haven't done it, text the word team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. I know for some of you listening, now is your time. Now is your time. One of the things my mentor has taught me, he says it over and over again, it's really landed with me. He says, Shay, now is the time to get the team going. When's the best time to plant a tree? When was the best time to plant a tree? 20 years ago. When's the best time to plant a tree? Right now. So now is the time. Let's prepare now. So let's do it. So let me go ahead and go over the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Because when I ask the question to folks, what are the components of a 7-figure sales team? How do you even build a 7-figure sales team? Most folks don't even know. They have no clue. They're like, I don't know, Shay, hire a representative. And then I hire more sales reps. And I hire more people. I'm like, no, you'll never get there at that pace. So let me unleash the formula that's taken me 15, almost 20 years to learn. It's not about the 20 years, but you don't have to go through that. You want predictable. You want reliable. You want consistent revenue without your labor. Then let me go ahead and drop it on you right now. Let's go ahead and show it to them. And for those folks that texted in, you'll get all the details. Hope you did that. The components of a 7-figure sales team. There are 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Component number 1 is a sales rep. The first thing I want you to do is make a commitment that you're going to hire a sales rep. Now, here's what a sales rep does. A sales rep works on 100% commission. That means that they go out, they understand all your products and services, they make a sale, and when they bring in the money, you get a percentage of it. So let's imagine for a moment that they go out and sell $20,000 of revenue for you that you didn't spend any time with. And yet, as a result, you paid them a 20% commission. For some of you, it's higher. Some of you, it's lower. 20% of $20,000 is $4,000. So you got $20,000 of revenue without your labor minus $4,000, just for the example. That means there's $16,000 left in. How many out there right now that are doing all the sales? And if you just had a sales rep bringing in half the revenue you're bringing in right now, or double the revenue you're bringing in right now, your business would double right now. Your problems would be solved. Put two hands up if that's you. Sales rep. Go ahead and make a commitment. Write down in your notes right now. I will have a sales rep. So number one is a sales rep. For those that texted in earlier, and I'll give you that number again, we'll help you recruit. We'll help you train. We'll do that for you. Don't worry. But you make a commitment that you're going to have a sales rep. Number two is you need a sales affiliate. Now, Shay, can you break down what's the difference between a sales affiliate and a sales rep? A sales affiliate understands one or two of your products. And they're a mercenary. They're only in it for the money. The sales rep understood all of your products and services. They're in it for the commission, but they like you. The sales affiliate, you got to think of Amazon. You walk into Amazon, they own maybe 30% of the products in there. The other 70%, they're affiliates of. When you get your charger, that's not Amazon. When you get the glass screen, that's not Amazon. When you buy headsets, they use the Bose headsets, that's not Amazon. And so I want you to think right now, if you're a coach, what type of affiliates do you have right now to sell your products and services? A sales affiliates are mercenaries. They're in it for the money. They're in spaces you're not in. They're in places you're not at. They bring traffic to your website you can't generate. They bring people to your masterclasses and your webinars when you're not there. They fill your virtual summits, and some of you, your live summits. That's what a sales affiliate is. So it makes sense. For some of you, if you're a life coach, it makes sense that you have an affiliate with someone that maybe does health and wellness. Here's the question. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days from just a sales rep? For many, zero or not enough. How much revenue did you generate just from your sales affiliates team? For many, not enough. And if that's you and you're saying, Shay, it's not enough, I understand. Let me go over the last two if I can. The next one is a sales ambassador. Now, we're going to teach you how to do a sales affiliate. I'm going to give you all of the software you need so it's none of your labor, okay? Some of you texted it earlier. I'm going to give you that number in a minute. You'll get that. The sales ambassador, they understand that they're not in it for the money. They're only in it for rewards and recognition. Rewards and recognition. They're already in your circle. And they believe in your mission. They believe in the company's goals. They believe in the company's objectives. They're not in it for the money. You cannot motivate them with money. You can motivate them with a free iPad. You can motivate them with an Apple Watch. You can give them gifts and recognize them for just believing in the mission, goals, and objectives. How much revenue did you generate over the last 90 days just in that one area? For many of you, not enough. Just not enough. So I want you to have sales ambassadors. We're going to teach you how to do that. Digital sales solution. You know, this is hot right now and it's popular. A number of folks are talking about it. Yeah, you got to have a digital sales solution. You need a sales funnel. You got to bring them to a sales page. They got to buy. Folks aren't buying on their sales pages. And the number one reason they aren't buying on their sales pages is because the purpose of a sales page is just to get the information. So you need to take the pricing off sometimes a sales page, and you need to take them to the checkout page. So they opt in, they give you all their information. Then they go to a checkout page where they can see the value. Now that's important because price only matters in the absence of value. So if you can get the value to be there, and then you take them to checkout, now you have all their information. If they don't buy, you can follow up. I was working with a client recently. They said, Shay, I don't even know who went to my page. I had 3,000 people that went to my page. No one bought. We couldn't follow up with anybody. Because none of them opted in. They saw the price, didn't buy right there. For some of you, this is a breakthrough. Look, to build a seven-figure sales team, it's going to take a sales rep. It's going to take a sales affiliate team. It's going to take a sales ambassador team. It's going to take a digital sales solution team. And I know it's going to take your sales cheerleader, which I don't have time to get into that, but the sales cheerleader, their number one focus at the end of the day is making sure that we tell the story of all your successful clients. Here's what I want to share with you. You can build a seven-figure sales team. Do you have to do all five at one time? No. But I want you to make a commitment right now that you're going to take your labor out of it. You will not be the number one salesperson. You will not be the number one marketing person. You will not be the number one project manager. You will not be the number one tech person. You will not be the number one Facebook ad person. You will not be the number one collaborator. You will not be the number one marketer. You will not be the number one recruiter. You're going to take those hats off. You're going to continue to do that. I want you to focus on just being you. Let your sales team do the work. Let the sales team bring in the revenue without your labor. If that's you and that really resonates with you and you're like, Shay, that resonates loud and clear, then I want you to do me a favor. In the time we have left, I want you to text the word team right now. I'm going to help you, give you free access to the playbook. I'm going to give you the masterclass series. And I'm going to give you the challenge. And I'm going to work with some of you one-on-one. You've got to take action. The universe rewards people who take action differently than those that don't. Text the word team right now to 202-270-1662. Include your first name. Include your last name. Include your best contact number. I'm requiring that. Now, I'm going to share this with you, and I'm going to help you on this journey. But at the end of the day, success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. I love the quote. As many of you are texting in right now, I love the quote. You can build a ship by yourself, but it takes a team to sail that sucker. And that's what's going on right now. We're all out in the same ocean. Now, the question is, who's on your team? Build your sales team. Text the word text the word team to 202-270-1662. Include your first name, include your last name, include your best contact number and your email. I'm going to send you the playbook. I'm going to send you the masterclass series. I'm going to make sure you join the challenge. And more importantly, we're going to have a one-on-one session. With that being said, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Remember, time is long. Life is short. You got to live in the moment and you got to make it count. God bless. I'm out of here. Peace.
Me? Okay, can you hear me now? I was muted. Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully you guys can hear me. What I was saying is Shay Brown is definitely an amazing, amazing, amazing being. And I know that many of the women, many of the men that actually follow what we're doing, they are in business. And while we need to be able to make sales, we also need to be able to have the time to operate in our gift. And so when you are definitely in that qualified state, you need to be having yourself a sales team. Well, listen, I am not going to hold this up anymore. We're going to go ahead and do this final giveaway. And this is it. Oh, somebody was asking, how do you repost? So I'm going to show you. Now, granted, if you win and you're not, and you have posted it, you know that means you automatically are disqualified, right? And also, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at every single person who posted, and I'm serious, y'all. And it's unfortunate I got to do these things, but I just know how we operate, right? Scarcity and stuff like that. We can't operate in that way and still win. You got to still keep it up. Even if you didn't win, right? You still should keep it up. So if y'all want to win tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? You still got to keep it up. Okay. Because I'm going to go back and look. So make sure. And again, I'm only doing Cash App. So I see some people did not put their Cash App in here. I'm only doing Cash App. I would even highly recommend, if y'all don't got a Cash App, then y'all should ask someone y'all know and say, hey, look, can I borrow your Cash App real quick? Whatever you got to do. Listen, it's this free money. And so we cannot be picky on how we want to receive our free money. You know what I'm saying? We just got to be ready. This should also be a lesson. You got to stay ready. You got to be ready for opportunities. And so that means tomorrow, we're going to be doing it again. And that it's going to be a lot of people who just will not show up for their success. So what I would be doing is working on how can I position myself so that I can get this money. It may require you to be creative, but being creative is what we do. Being creative is who we are. That's how we survive. So you might have to be creative in order to win. All right. So listen, I'm about to do this in just a couple of seconds. I'm going to show you guys how to repost real quick, okay? You must repost the post onto your timeline and not your story, okay? One sec. One second. All right, let me show y'all. Let me show y'all real quick. Let me show y'all. What am I doing? Oh, I got to share my screen, I think. Here we go. It's connected. Okay. Nope. I want to do like this. I'm going to open up a new window so y'all can see the whole thing, darlings. All right. Right here. And we're going to... No. There it is. All right. Boom. Okay, so you see right here, we're on our phones. And so you're going to go, I'm going to go to this folder called Editing Tools. I have everything arranged. And this app, the software that I use is called Repost. So they have this on like any, you could probably download the, on any phone, Android as well as iOS. Okay, so I use Repost. Now, in order to repost the post, though, the first thing you have to do is you got to go into the Instagram. Okay, you got to go into the Instagram and you got to go to the post. So this is the post that you must repost, though. This one right here. So right here on the top right corner, you're going to see that there are 3 dots, right? So you're going to go to those 3 dots on the top right corner and you're going to click copy. So you have to actually copy it, right? So now you're going to go to the other app and you're going to go here and you're going to go repost. And you see that new post is right here. And then all you got to do is click on it and then click on repost. So again, this software is called Repost, but they have several of them on Instagram. And all you got to do is just download it. So even if your name is picked and you haven't necessarily reposted, I'm going to check it in the morning. Okay. So you got time, but it's got to be on there and it cannot be removed. All right. I don't have no problem asking for my money back. That's petty, but sometimes you just got to be petty, y'all. I'm sorry. All right. So let's go ahead and do this drawing, this giveaway. 1 second, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and select these names of individuals who've submitted their information to win. Again, you have to be following and all of that stuff and stay following. Okay, stay following and all that good stuff. All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to pick 2 people that are going to win it. I already have your Cash App, so as long as when we check in the morning, everything is good to go, we'll be ready to rock. Tomorrow, though, before we get into this, let me explain what we're going to be doing for tomorrow. So tomorrow we do go live again. And we will be live at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys are going to hear from incredible speakers again. We have more speakers tomorrow that you guys are going to be able to plug into. We have more giveaways for tomorrow as well. And we're giving away another $200. So 2 people are going to win $100. This is in celebration for me getting to 40,000 followers, okay, on my Instagram. So I just was like, you know what? Because I was going to do the giveaway separate. I was really going to do the giveaway separate, but I decided to go ahead and do it with this particular conference because, I love my speakers that much. And so awesome. So make sure you guys, there's still time to register. Now, tomorrow, in order to win, you also got to bring 2 people with you. Okay, that's going to, of course, reduce the numbers, but you need to bring 2 people with you. 2 people with you. So tell 2 people they need to register the Breakthrough Conference. Now, let me tell you something, just so y'all know, forewarning. Facebook and Instagram be tripping with the domain. You just got to post a flyer or DM some people. Let them know how great this conference was. This is how we can start working together and effectively building growth amongst each other, not just making it about ourselves, but about our speakers, about the results that you're going to receive. Some people are going to be like, man, thank you so much for telling me about this event because I didn't know and now my life has changed, right? And so that's what we all want to be able to do. All right, let's get into this. I'm not going to hold y'all too longer because I know many of y'all want to go get something to eat. You want to go enjoy the day, all the good things. And we'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. By the way, you also can still stay to network. So it's not going to be fully closed out. You can go and network. Oh, and the link will be emailed to you guys for tomorrow. And then, of course, we have our workshops on Monday night. All right. Let's go. Who's gonna win the money? So here is our first winner of the $100 Cash App. Congratulations. So I want to make sure I pronounce this right. Dejon? Is it Dejon Reeves? Dejon Reeves, you are the winner of one of the Cash Apps, the $100 Cash App, darling. You have won. Yes, Dejon Reeves. Congratulations, Dejon Reeves. Now we're going to do one more for the $100. Now remember, we're going to go check out your timeline. Okay, we're going to check your timeline out, and we're going to make sure that your stuff is on the timeline and that you also are registered and following. So those are the 3 requirements in order to get this money. And let's go for the next spin for your win. All right. Congratulations, Teresa Woodard. Yes, honey. So Teresa Woodard is also another winner. I am so excited. Yes, honey. This is just to celebrate 40,000 followers, y'all. Listen, I want y'all to know something as well. Let me just tell you. I mean, while it's great to have 40,000 followers, y'all, I honestly... followers to me don't really mean much. What means most for me is impact. You know, am I impacting 40,000 people is the question. You know, am I changing the lives of 40,000 people? I do not do what I do for followers. I do what I do so I can be remembered. I do what I do so that my name will go down for helping millions of people. Okay, that's what I do. This is what gets me up every single day, not to see who I got following me and things like that. So it's not really about that, but I love to find reasons to give away things. Like, I mean, honestly, like this for me is the best feeling, to be in a position where I can give back, because it wasn't always the case. It wasn't always the case where I could be able to have, you know, over 40 different employees. It wasn't the case where I could be able to be in a space where, you know, I'm having more money at the end of the month. And even when I was building a 6-figure business, it wasn't always the case. And so, you know, I just like to figure out ways that I can celebrate growth and celebrate success and things of that nature. And so if this is a way that I can celebrate and give back to you guys for being here and showing up, you know, you registered and you showed up for your own success, that's what we do. Hopefully you guys walked away with more than just the opportunity to win gifts and giveaways. You'll learn from our incredible speakers. And tomorrow, guess what? It's just going to be just as incredible. So make sure you guys are on time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And as you can see, we wasn't here all day. Like, I didn't try to hold up your whole entire day. I ain't going to do you like that, y'all. We got plenty of time. So make sure you allocate time to be here. It's so many people missing this that should have been here. So many people missing this that should have not missed this event. I promise you they should not have missed this event, because one of the speakers would have connected with them in a way that could have impacted the way that they move and shake in this world. Well, y'all, my name is Taria Vision Avant. We're not ending it completely. So if you want to go over and network and connect with other individuals, you are welcome to go and connect with network. You're going to go right over to the lobby again. You'll see the tables. Tomorrow, the tables will be changed to the name of the speakers for tomorrow. But you are welcome to do that and plug in. You're going to see more commercials. We've got sponsored speakers, all types of stuff that you guys are going to be able to see for tomorrow. So just make sure that you plug in and get ready for another impactful day. All right, y'all. That's it. That's all. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Deuces.